What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are back again. Welcome in, welcome back. Let's get this party started. All right, let me go in and do my thing. Everybody get settled in. We're just getting started, so we haven't really done anything yet. Let me change my gifting goal here. Let's edit that. Delete. Let's see. Yeah. We will do, you know what, let's do, hell, I don't know. What do we want to do? Let's start off with some boxing gloves. How about that? No. We'll do some goats. 100 goats. The goats. What's up, y'all? Come on in. Welcome in. Confirm. There we go. All right. I got to go in and share my shit with my peoples. I started to do a video, didn't get around to finishing it, so I'll just discard all of that crap. And welcome in, guys. We're just getting started, so I haven't even started yet. So forgive me. Just once you come in, please start tapping the tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 10K if we can quickly. Let me share this out to peoples. There's that. You get one. And you get one. I haven't seen Pyre in a while. We are live. Yeah, that's weird. Light my Pyre. Haven't seen her in a minute. Good morning, Lonnie. What's up? All right, so that's done. Now let me charge my phone because it's about to fucking die. Today's show ought to be crazy, guys. We got crazy shit going on. Donald Trump is still, trying to provoke some kind of rebellion. He doesn't even need it to be a rebellion or an insurrection. He just wants it to look bad for the camera so that he can come in and send the military in so they can do police work. That's what Donald Trump wants to do. And I gotta say, we have got to redo the Insurrection Act. Have to. That shit is so fucking vague and broad. It's crazy. But let me put this up here. I know we only got 16 people so far. Let me put this up on the screen here. Oh, that's right. I still have it in. I got too many tabs open already. That means it's going to be a confusing day, y'all. Okay. Donald Trump on Untrue Social posted. Well, shit. I'm getting there. Don't hate me. There we go. I got it. Boom. He says, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This guy's such a dumbass. Thank you for attention to this matter. Like, first of all, I hate that salutation in a fucking email. It's so cliche. I mean, Jesus Christ. Do you have an original thought there, buddy? He said, many presidents have done it before. Yeah. I mean, the Insurrection Act has been invoked maybe 30 times or so. And it was written in the mid 1700s, 1760 or whatever. So, this guy's so full of shit. Is Newsom still doing his thing with mocking him? I don't know, Jules. I haven't really followed Newsom much. Let me fix my green screen. Oh, real quick. It's more like a green sheet. I actually use a green sheet on a fucking rod behind me. That's how I get the stuff to disappear in the back. Anyway, I want to show something real quick before we get started. I'm going to pull this tweet up that this person did, this clandestine person. And then I'm going to play the clip that it's referencing. These people are idiots, okay? This is some rando on Twitter. He says, I don't say this lightly, but everyone needs to watch this. I think we just witnessed Tim Walz incite an insurrection. He's trying to paint ICE as the equivalent of the Gestapo, claiming they are hunting down all people of color and asking for papers. This person is claiming what Tim Walz said in this video is inciting an insurrection. The same pieces of garbage who claimed that January 6th was Day of Peace and Love, it was Antifa, it was the FBI, it was anybody but MAGA. It was anybody but MAGA. And now he's claiming that what Tim Walz said in this video I'm about to play incited an insurrection and that Donald Trump did not. So let's play that video. It's a longer video. It's almost 5 minutes, but the full context needs to be played so that you understand exactly what was being said. This guy is a dumbass. Whoever that was that posted that. So let's just take a listen to Tim Walz. You tell me if this sounds like inciting an insurrection to you.
Agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans, kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear.
Hold on real quick. My chat has disappeared. Let me find my chat and move it over here. There we go. All right, here we go.
Long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened. And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death, the Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family. Just yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming. That's a direct threat against the people of this state, who dared to vote against him 3 times, and who continue to stand up for freedom with courage and empathy and profound grace. All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school and raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution. Folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation. You've done enough. Let me say 4 critical things to the people of Minnesota. 4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors. First, Donald Trump wants this chaos. He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets. We cannot give him what he wants. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Indeed, as hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail. You're angry, I'm angry. Angry is not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second, you are not powerless, you are not helpless, and you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities, not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger. Thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support. Tonight, I want to share another way you can help. Witness. Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening in our communities. You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution. The third thing I want to say to you tonight is, we will not have to live like this forever. Accountability is coming at the voting booth and in court. We will reclaim our communities from Donald Trump. We will reestablish a sense of safety for our neighbors, and we will bring an end to this moment of chaos, confusion, and trauma. We will find a way to move forward, and we'll do it together. And we'll not be alone. Every day we are working with business leaders, faith leaders, legal experts, and elected officials from across this country. They've all seen what Donald Trump is trying to do to our state, and they know their states could be next. And that brings me to the fourth thing I want to say tonight, Minnesota, how incredibly proud I am of the way that you've risen to meet this unbearable moment. But I'm not at all surprised, because this is who we are. Minnesotans believe in the rule of law, and Minnesotans believe in the dignity of all people. We're a place where there's room for everybody, no matter who you are, or who you love, or where you came from. A place where we feed our kids, we take care of our neighbors, and we look out for those in the shadows of life. We're an island of decency in a country being driven towards cruelty. We will remain an island of decency, of justice, of community, of peace. And tonight I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us. Thank you, protect each other, and may God bless the people of Minnesota.
And there you go. They are claiming that this speech was inciting an insurrection. That's what they're claiming, and in fact, it's trending on Twitter. Insurrection is trending on Twitter as a result of Tim Walz in what he said. These are the same people that said that January 6th was a day of peace and love, where a group of armed individuals beat police officers, ended up unaliving a couple of them, broke into the Capitol because somebody lied to them, versus a group of people who are not complying with the federal fucking government, this tyrant, Donald Trump. I'm sorry, it's not an insurrection, but that's not going to stop Donald Trump from doing what he's wanted to do for a while, which is send in the military to do police work. Send in the military to detain you. Send in the military to take your guns. Send in the military to put a curfew and arrest you if you violate said curfew. Because this is the land of the free and the home of the cowards, apparently. And you got people out there acting as if that speech is inciting an insurrection. Absolutely fucking nuts. Absolutely wild. These people are disgusting. Now, that said, last night, allegedly, an ICE agent happened to cross some Venezuelan, this alleged Venezuelan. Who fucking knows? I don't believe anything that this administration says anyway. That person fled on foot. The ICE agent gave chase. Catches up with them. They start tussling, going back and forth, I guess. And then allegedly 2 people come out of their homes to start hitting the ICE agent with broomsticks and a shovel. And then the ICE agent shot the Venezuelan in the leg. Not the person hitting them with the broomstick and the shovel, but the Venezuelan that, I guess was assaulting. Maybe it was 2 white people that came out, and he's like, I still got to get the person of color. We got to get the person of color. That's the dangerous one. And apparently they left their vehicle behind, and what these idiots in Minneapolis did was loot the damn thing. So I'm about to play the video of them getting a hold of this vehicle. But I've got a lot of questions about this vehicle, right? Because none of it makes any sense, because they find a bunch of FBI shit inside of this car. FBI like challenge coins or whatever. I guess it's like fucking AA meetings and shit. This is the car, and in the back of this car is a safe. Now I'm going to be skipping through this video because this video is like 14 minutes long, so just bear with me as I skip through it. Here we go. Okay, so you can see right here they've got these load straps. Just what I think is around 7 minutes is when they do it. So they hook that fucking safe in the back of this. It's like bolted into the back of this car, allegedly an ICE agent's car. And let's go forward. They literally, like, what the fuck? They yank this bitch up out of there with the vehicle. Like, not complying with unlawful arrest is one thing, guys. This is dumb. Okay? This is stupid. This makes the people in Minnesota even bigger targets. And what did you get from it? Nothing. So they end up raiding this box, right? So let me go forward. They got to pry this bitch open. Like, like what the fuck, bro? They do eventually get it open, and we'll get to that point. Let's see. It may be the next video where they get it open. Okay, yeah, it may be the next video. Let me grab that video. Like this shit is, I don't know, it's weird. Damn it, where the fuck did I put that? I had it. Oh fuck. It must be on my other computer. Either way, let me play this video. This is after they've opened it. So just listen.
Is it live? In the original shooting that happened here tonight, the ICE agent vehicles that were parked on the street in the shooting, they had to leave their cars behind because they...
SLT, yes, they did find an FBI rifle in it. They found a bunch of FBI shit inside of an ICE agent's vehicle. But this right here, I got questions. Like, you know, it's got the information and phone numbers of FBI agents and judges. Who the fuck prints that out and like staples it together? Like, you've got a phone, bitch. Use the fucking phone. Who uses like printable paper? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
Got surrounded by protesters. One of the ICE agent vehicles got broken into, and I found this paperwork. It has a list with FBI operation info. It's got full names of FBI agents, phone numbers, emails. There's maps on where they're staying, where they're holding immigrants. There's hotel names in there. There's judge names. This paperwork has people's full names.
Makes no sense.
Emails. Operational posture. This is how they're supposed to stand and how they're supposed to handle protesters. This is the transport of immigration targets. This is a map showing you where they're taking.
SLT, that is my thinking. I think they put this shit there as bait. That's what I think. Because this makes no sense. Like, printing out like Google directions. Was this fucking map quest? I mean, come on.
Immigration targets and instructions on how to get into the building, on what they're supposed to do on booking. I have a piece of paper for the guy who's...
I'll be right back. I'm going to let it play, but this is fucking stupid.
Information. They're taking guys from Wisconsin and bringing them in to help fight us. There's people staying at Wisconsin. It's their loading zone. They're meeting up there, and then they're moving into Minneapolis. That one got ripped up, unfortunately.
Information about the detention center. Sherborne County, I think, detention center. Address, info.
These are just operation paperwork. This literally tells them information for FD 936, request for national DNA database entry. This is how they're entering all of them into the database. Again, this was paperwork taken out of an ICE vehicle that was left behind from the first shooting tonight.
Shows the USMS booking information form, all the data that they should be gathering, and form, arrest information, date, housing, property, NCIC offense code. That's the form. What's the other document you have here?
Okay, this is a hotel booking sheet. The officer whose car we raided was John Steimle. This is a hotel.
I don't know, guys. I'm just like, that's a little too convenient for me, right? That just, I don't know. But either way, this is not protesting against this government. This is acting like a jackass, okay? It serves no fucking purpose whatsoever. It makes everybody look bad. And it gives fodder to this dumbass to do exactly what he's going to do, which is declare an insurrection. And the Insurrection Act requires a proclamation prior to its invocation. And I believe Donald Trump is going to claim that what he just put on Truth Social, let me put that back up here again. He's probably going to claim that this was his proclamation. It's like, you know, you must disperse. They have to give some warning in a time frame or whatever prior to the invocation of the Insurrection Act. And I think that's what he's going to claim that was. Lonnie, welcome in. Like, what the fuck? What do you think?
It sounds like an inside job to me.
Right? Right.
Because it's just too convenient, right? Like, first off, the ICE agents left their vehicles, like not one person stayed behind to make sure the vehicles were safe, knowing they had all that stuff in there. That
Right.
don't sound plausible to me. I mean, I know we like to think that they're uneducated, but I don't think they're that. You know what I mean?
They're a lot more
Number
clever
two,
than the Democratic Party is.
right, right. Like, and then the fact that like the video of them ransacking the car, you know, it feels like an inside job, if not an inside job. Similarly to the person in the BLM protest that was over there busting up windows, and when they finally caught him, they figured out that he was just an antagonist. He wasn't part of BLM. It could be somebody like that, just an antagonist, just to escalate things, because we've all heard them report that um, they're supposed to be recording on their cell phones so that they can make compilation videos of the best arrests, the detainments. So
Right, to
why
go
wouldn't you have
viral. Yeah.
yeah, so why wouldn't you have that stuff? Like, we all have a phone that has Google Maps or whatever maps,
Right.
Waze, whatever it is, inside our phones. So yeah, that
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
just
Print it all off and then staple it, put it in your car.
yeah.
And
This is
what's up with the FBI stuff? That doesn't make any sense. There's a bunch of FBI challenge coins, and unfortunately, I had the video. I'm not sure what the fuck I did with it. But they pulled out these challenge coins from the FBI. Why does this ICE agent have a safe in the back with FBI like memorabilia and shit in it?
well, we have to remember that his base is a little low informational. I'll be nice. Um, and so they believe this stuff. Like they eat it up. You know what I mean? Like it's like I said, it's a reason to antagonize just so that um he can try to enact, you know, martial law or the Insurrection Act or whatever it is. Like, it's just them laying down the groundwork, you know, to justify them doing these illegal things. And because they know the midterms are coming. So they got to move fast. You know, they got to try to keep people from trying to get them out because they already know that if they get voted out, they're going to jail.
I mean, as well they should, given all that they've done. Now, I want to play just to contrast what we're seeing with what ICE used to be like, right? Because ICE has been around for a long time, and we generally accept it as society as, a necessary part of running a country. So let's look at the way it used to be under Barack Obama and just see the difference.
Just before the sun rises in the Windy City, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents fan out across Chicago to arrest criminals in the U.S. illegally.
Tech 1, Tech 2, Tech 3.
CNN was granted exclusive access to witness some of those raids.
I mean, immediately. Do you notice a difference? Like right off the bat.
I'm up early, driving around the city I live in, taking kids to school, and I used to see them congregating in an area, getting all their ducks in a row, before they went in and picked up whoever they needed to pick up, and it was under the cover of darkness, so that way they surprise people, like they want to catch you while you're asleep, so you're disoriented and you don't know what's going on.
But just visually, looking at this ICE officer and compare it to an ICE officer that you see roaming the streets today, it's much different. Yeah. And let me play, because I'm going to play a little bit more of this because it gets into the operational side of it as well a little bit. And there is a difference also.
We got 3 targets this morning. Some of the neighborhoods a little sketchy, so we got to make sure it's not just the target we're looking after, but other people around us.
They want to come out extra early, like right now, because they want to catch these people before they go to work. That's why it starts so early in the morning.
Ready to check? All right, let's roll, guys. A lot of things go through your head. Your adrenaline, blood pressure, of course, goes up when you're getting ready to do something like this. All right, that vehicle behind us is off limits.
How many people are involved with this operation particularly right now?
I have a 5-man arrest team here situated in this neighborhood here on the street. You see the stoop going up. I have a couple guys sitting right inside that stoop. This is part of what we do. Keep eyes on somebody and try to be as covert as we can. There we go. Is that him in white?
This may look organized, but in this moment, confusion.
There's always challenges we face when it's dark, somebody looks very similar to an individual.
ICE agents mistakenly arrest the target's brother.
In the process of talking to him in the vehicle, he then said, "Oh no, I'm actually so-and-so. Who you're looking for is over here, this other address." He led us to that address and we were able to actually arrest the individual we were looking for.
And keep in mind, the guy that they were looking for, they had been looking for this guy for, I believe, 3 months. This was an ongoing operation. This is how ICE operates. This is how they're supposed to operate, just like a law enforcement. They don't dress up as military units, which they're now doing. They don't put masks on their face. They don't go out and make a big show of it. They don't go to convenience stores and accost U.S. citizens and demand to see your papers. This isn't how ICE is supposed to operate, right? And so the difference is stark. And so we can see what Trump is doing, and I think it's purposeful.
We also have to understand that a few months ago, he thought that he had control over the National Guard, and he was quickly, knocked down for that. So he went with the next best thing that he had control over, which was the Immigration Customs Enforcement agents, because the states the governors are the ones that control the National Guard, so he couldn't use those guys like he was planning on. So he is kind of getting derailed, maybe not as much as he should, definitely not as much as he should, and they're having to pivot real soon. I seen a video the other day. I don't think I shared it in the group chat, but there was a lady who applied to be ICE, and she got all the information. Like, she got hired and she didn't put nothing, like she didn't put a background check in. She didn't put criminal history. She didn't put anything. And then when she posted about it, they tried to say that, that wasn't true. That was just part of the accepting the application email. And then she went on and posted videos of her being how to onboard into, having this job, and they tried to deny it. And I can't remember which app it was, if it was Twitter or Facebook or IG, but they fact checked like the disclaimer that it was false. Like they was like, we have video evidence that she was actually given access to the onboarding process in ICE. And so she was pretty much trying to say, listen, they don't care what background you have. Like they just are recruiting the people that want to apply, and that's what's getting
Psychopaths,
crazy.
really.
Right.
Because
And
you
then the other
see in
side,
that CNN clip, those people are professionals. They're
right.
professionals. They're not, the fucking Gravy Seals, Meal Team 6 motherfuckers, right?
And right, they have a process that they have to go through before they even get onboarded, and the fact, like many people have said before, the guy that Jonathan Ross that shot Renee Good or unalived Renee Good, he shouldn't have been released back to duty if he had an issue months prior. He should have went through the proper psychological evaluations to be deemed back on. And he did go, actually. And Nome put him back out there. Even though he wasn't medically released back to duty, he was actually, I think he was fired, and I think they put it, she brought him back. So yeah, why would you bring somebody back like that if they are not mentally fit to be on duty?
Because they wanted to
That's
happen
crazy.
exactly what happened. Donald Trump wants, people to rise up and to create a rift in this country. And it's working. I mean, just like Tim Wall said, this is what they want. And a lot of people last night took the bait. They took the bait because they're idiots. It's one thing to like follow them around and document what they do and to not comply with an unlawful arrest and not allow yourself to be kidnapped. It's another thing to go and attack property and fucking steal shit. That's ridiculous. And even though I understand people are pissed and they're going to do stupid things when they're pissed, but that's and what do you do? Because then that taints the whole thing, right? That taints the pushing against a tyrannical government that's doing what they're doing. I don't know, but like I'm gonna play this clip because this is Stephen Miller is like Key and Peele. He's the interpreter for Donald Trump. It seems like he's the bigger, even worse fucking dipshit piece of garbage. Here we go. Listen to this fucking guy and what he's got to say. This is why I think it's coming.
Then I was out and about in those crowds, the mob, on Thursday and part of Friday. We were out and about in Minneapolis. Is the word insurgency accurate? That is what I've chosen to describe this as, not
fucking
a protest,
gross.
not from what I saw.
Absolutely it is, Laura. You can use the term insurgency. You can use the term insurrection. You can use the term domestic terrorism. Mayor Jacob Fry, Governor Tim Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison have deliberately, willfully, and purposefully incited this violent insurrection, this violent insurgency against immigration and customs enforcement, against Border Patrol. When you have mayors and state leaders saying that they're going to order the federal government, order federal law enforcement out of their city in order to maintain enclaves of criminal illegal aliens and criminal refugees who are looting and pillaging the state and the American people, when you have them effectively banning the city police and the state police from rendering life-saving aid to ICE officers, from rendering necessary protection and support.
You mean from rendering life-saving aid to somebody that you guys just shot in the fucking face, you piece of bald garbage?
To the federal government when it is under siege and carrying out these operations, That is a direct assault and attack on the federal government. And let's understand this. Why is ICE there?
States' rights.
In addition to its obligation in every city, in every state, in every territory to uphold our nation's immigration laws, in addition
No, it isn't,
to
bitch.
and beyond that, Minneapolis is a sanctuary city. It is a sanctuary state in Minnesota that has adopted a criminal policy of shielding and harboring illegal aliens and terrorists. And furthermore,
wow,
we have uncovered a massive scandal run by Somali refugees to steal tens of billions of dollars from the federal treasury.
And to that point, let me play this clip. This is a shorter one. This is Nick Shirley, this fucking little douchebag. Watch what he says about Tim Walz.
Why do you think Kamala Harris chose Tim Walz? Nobody knew who he was before.
Why? That is interesting.
The first day he's chosen, he raises the most amount of money than any other candidate in history. I think it's over $35 million he raised for the campaign within just a day of being selected to become the vice president. And now we know all this fraud's happening. How did Tim Walz, he used to be a high school football coach, he's not even from Minnesota, he's from Nebraska. How was he able to raise the most amount of money?
The implication is that he was embedded, he was part of the fraud. And they were using fraudulent money. These people are, it's just rhetoric to build up to what they've been wanting to do for a while, which is declare an insurrection. What say you, Lonnie, about what Stephen Miller just said, that little douchebag?
Well, they have to feed the beast, for lack of a better term. So he gets up there and he tells the base, the people in the streets, our neighbors, unfortunately, what to think, how to feel, what to believe. So then that way they're willing to help ICE do their job by whistleblowing and ratting on their neighbors and, all the stuff and things, because they think that they're members of government, so they shouldn't be lying. They know what they're talking about. They live it. So what they say has to be true. So this is just to add more flames to the fire. That's all it is talking points to get the base riled up, so that way more people are willing to do the job without them technically hiring anybody and paying them to do it. That's what I think it is.
I think his rhetoric is designed to give plausible reason for them declaring the Insurrection Act. That's what I think. I think that's what they're building to. Because, Trump just, an hour ago wrote that on True Social. Even after I'd done that video where I it's coming. I think within the next week he'll do it. And he'll send in the military, and the military will be arresting U.S. citizens there and doing policing. That's what a tyrant wants.
Well, that's why I believe that video of them ripping the safe out of that ICE vehicle was staged. It was staged either A, from ICE themselves, or B, from an antagonist who listens to Stephen Miller and thinks that they have to go do their part and help out the government, because their ego is so bruised that, they're believing everything that comes out of this administration and never second guessing, never questioning, never looking any deeper than what some podcast bro like Joe Rogan says, and then he got up there and changed his tune the other day. Like, it's not right. What is this, Gestapo? Like, you did all this rhetoric pushing.
I know.
Now all of a sudden
he's changed his it right. Hey, credit where credit is due. Like, at least he's calling it out, but damn. Yeah, now I don't know how to pronounce your name. Did you want to jump in on this conversation?
Well, brother, I am really and truly, I am very amazed. I am learning English. I am from Palestine, Ramallah, and I met a lot of Americans here in Ramallah, and they're very amazing people. And I really and truly amazed of your life that you're really bringing this issue to public like that from an American a person. It is very hard. I know what I have read throughout my lifetime, and You know, these conspiracy stuff that they've been talking about. It really is not a conspiracy anymore. It looks like it comes to effective, you know, where, you know, they want to control each and every human beings on the face of the earth by installing this chip inside of each of us in earth, not only in America, it is all over the world, by using the government that they instill in this country. And this is exactly this is what I see think is going even for the Americans. They started to enforce uh, you know, military, how to say it, I don't know how to really say it, like a military corrosion on the people. So in order to very much make this chaos, I like the way that you describing things very much the way that I look at things, you know, the way that I see things going, you know. You're saying it in a perfect way. You're saying they creating and they making this chaos for the end game, for the end outcome. See, this is exactly what they are doing. Not only just in America. It is going to happen here in the Palestinian territory. Is going to happen even in the occupied territory, where we say we as a Palestinian, we call it the occupied land. It's going to happen to all over the world, where the end game is to control all human being under one government. I think that is the end goal.
Or a few governments. Yeah, no, I agree with you largely, and you know what that looks like remains to be seen. But we're seeing these, you know, tech bros who Donald Trump has surrounded himself with. They're coming out, you know, wanting to control and have all the information that they can to you know, for what purpose, who fucking knows, but you know, certainly not going to be good. I was actually going to get Lonnie's take on it, but Lonnie dropped. Yeah, I think it's pretty wild though what we're seeing, and it's easy to look at all of these things as happening, you know, by themselves, like what is happening in the U.S. and then what's happening in Palestine. But I think you make a decent point that all of this stuff is probably happening to the same end. Like now they're just stealing Venezuelan oil, selling it. You know, I've read reports that Donald Trump is sending money over into Qatari bank accounts, and then you find out that Pam Bondi is a fucking registered foreign agent for the embassy of Qatar through ballot partners. Oh, you just got flagged for misinformation. I've got to drop you. What the fuck? That is crazy. Yeah, so TikTok gave you a violation, I guess. I've got to drop you. Anyway, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's crazy. And, you know, those tech bros took over this shit too. And they do shit just like that. This guy starts talking about stuff and they're like, you can't tell the truth. You can't handle the truth. And so now we're in a situation where we've got this fucking tyrant who, you know, I'd like to think that Donald Trump is just an idiot, but I just don't think that's true. I think he's a lot more clever in certain ways, and he's going to end up destroying this country. Although, you know, I think maybe that was his goal. That was the reason that Vladimir Putin put him in there to begin with. But now, like, these tech bros realize that he is a vehicle in order to bring in their own weird agenda that they have going on. And how much of that plays into what we're seeing, I don't know. But certainly it plays some kind of role. Because it all just kind of fits together. And at the end of the day, the people in these countries are going to be the servants of them. And if you aren't useful, they'll just get rid of you somehow, whether that's through, you know, making your life miserable until you unalive yourself, or just unaliving you, like Schindler did. I mean, you know, look at what happened to Renee Good, and then you've got idiots that'll come up here and watch a video, the same video that we all see, and they see something completely different. This is like social contagion shit where this fucking cult mentality ends up just spreading. So, but to the people that were doing that shit last night, like in that video, like ripping the fucking safe out of the, fucking stop that. That's stupid. That is absolutely ignorant. Like, we're not in war, guys. You don't need to like capture people and then find, you know, what the plans are. I mean, this is all weird anyway. Like, who prints that stuff out on paper instead of just has it in, like, you know, and when you take the bait, it just goes right to them. But something else I noticed is at the bottom of this video that I came across, and I don't know if the person that posted it is the person that actually took the video, but it says, and here, let me pull this back up.
Is it live?
It says exclusive carlin.substack.com, decode the left. And when I went there, it's a anti-commie site. So it's a right-wing site. So these apparently right-wingers are the ones flipping through these pages, talking about what's in there. I don't understand that, but it you know, that also plays into my questioning the veracity of all of this stuff anyway, or the, you know, the purpose for it. If there's anybody that's in opposition for what I'm saying, though, I'd love to hear from you. You're welcome to join up, but I know you guys are a bunch of cowards that want to just comply. I get that. And so you're too afraid to come up here and have a conversation. You'll just sit in the comments and yap. I get it. But we'll bring in Second Revolution here. What's up, man?
What's up, man?
Not much.
How's your night been?
Eventful. Not as eventful as some of the people in Minneapolis, though.
Damn, I want to go there, honestly.
Well, go there and document it. What's up, Benjamin?
I know I'm not like hardcore opposition much anymore, but I could still offer a little bit of opposition. And one point being what you just were talking about, like, I'm still trying to understand why or what good it would do or what purpose it would serve for one to tear a country apart. You know, if Trump is tearing this country apart, what kind of place would that be for him and his family to live in?
Well, rich people are going to capitalize off of that hugely. They will make.
So you're saying they'll put themselves on a mountain and basically just look over at us peasants.
That's right. That's exactly what they'll do. I mean, because look at this merger with Nexstar and Tegna, I think it is, are now trying to merge. And if they do that, they will run over 80% of all TV stations. One company will.
I mean, I don't disagree there. I feel like, I mean, I could see your point there. It just, I don't know.
Jesse says, Ben, don't piss me off already.
At this point, it's not a matter of left and right. It's what's wrong and knowing your constitution is being violated.
I hear you. I hate it because, unfortunately, both sides are equal in trying to aggravate each other, right? It's who can one up the other. And the people that are serious, if I'm breathing crazy, I'm out here walking, it's 30 degrees. But anyways, you know, it would be one thing if people were fighting for, you know, and there are people out there fighting for the right reasons, but it's the extremists that are just killing it for everybody on both sides.
But those are few and far between. On at least,
I don't know though. Are they?
Yes.
I don't know.
If they were widespread, you'd be seeing shit like that car all the time, constantly, every day.
That's kind
of hard to hear him. What you saying?
That's kind of going with what I was thinking earlier. Like, is what we're seeing on TV just so minuscule that we're trying to make it something it's not? I mean, I know I'm not saying it's to be downplayed, but
it's interesting you bring that up because I was thinking about that just this morning because I tried to take a bird's eye view of this, and when you boil it down, really, all of this stuff that we're seeing is happening in a very small area.
So what do we make of that?
In one city, in one state. But because
One
it's
place I'm
so
surprised.
because it's so outrageous and social media is posting it everywhere and you see it constantly and you hear about it every day, it does make it feel bigger than it is. But you're right. It's like in my state, for example, Mississippi, I don't even see ICE agents. I haven't seen a single one.
I'm at. You know
I'm
where
in
I'm at, and
Texas.
there's nothing here. I mean, literally, and I'm not saying that they're not around. I'm sure there may be some, but if there is, I would never know. I have not even seen what an ICE agent looks like, other than TV, and I can imagine what they look like, obviously, but it's not happening here.
And that said, they have video now from Kansas of fucking probably thousands of ICE vehicles parked in this parking lot, and they tried to obscure the view of somebody who was taking video of this. They used these budget rent trucks to pull and try to block them, but so it's likely my point is that it's likely going to spread. But again, there's only so many ICE agents, and they can't possibly cover the entire United States. I mean, just not going to happen.
Tim, there was a deal at the scale houses where there was a ton of officers at the Kansas line, and they were pulling over semis left and right for an operation. I'm wondering if that's what you're seeing and not actual. So what I'm getting at is I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying people make it out to what they want to. They don't realize that scale houses, they do these operations on semis for several reasons. Safety, they have twice a year for a week, they have safety checks that they do nationwide that, I don't know. When you said Kansas line and I saw that they were doing that safety check, I just wonder if that's what you were seeing or if it was actual ICE agents.
No, there were ICE vehicles in Kansas in a parking lot, thousands of them. They weren't going anywhere. They were just there as storage for vehicles. But that speaks to a point that they're using that as a distribution point to send those vehicles elsewhere, or they're going to be in Kansas, pushing operations in Kansas. Has nothing to do with scale houses. And, as you know, truckers operate under different rules from everybody else. You've got to allow them to search your vehicle. You've got to allow them to do all kinds of shit. But that's, federal authority or whatever. But even still, to the same point that, it's isolated in one city right now, mainly. I mean, we've seen it across a couple of blue cities, but that also speaks to why he should not invoke the Insurrection Act.
Tim, I got to head out. Groomers called for the dogs. I'll be back later.
Well, Trump has groomers calling him all the time. So we'll see you later, man.
Later.
Take it easy, man. Thanks for coming up. Anyway,
I've been saying this a lot, and I'll keep saying it, that we need to make a well-regulated militia, not 20 people, not 100 people, but thousands of people.
Well, I mean, if you do that, though, I don't think it's
martial law at that point.
Well, I don't think it's time for that.
But you shouldn't be doing stupid shit, too, at the same time.
Right. People shouldn't be yanking, safes out of the back of, federal vehicles. Although I did read an article today that requires ICE vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, to have certain things inside them, like lights and such, and that their policy is that if they don't have lights and stuff on their vehicles, that they're not actually supposed to be part of the operations. They can assist after the fact, but they can't be in there doing it. And yet we see all these ICE vehicles without any lights. They just look like normal vehicles, and then out steps a fucking
vehicles.
Yes.
I don't know what it looks like inside. Could I just hop in the front of the car, in front of the passenger side or something?
Yeah, they're just using regular vehicles. As far as I know, as far as I can tell, they're just using their personal vehicles and then throwing lights up there sometimes. But not all
that's
the time.
What I'm probably going to do, just hop in the front of the passenger side if they arrest me.
Yeah, well, if they arrest you, I'm sure they'll put you in the back. I don't think it'll be like, because I think police
It's
have
not
that
like it's a police
plastic in
car
the
where
back.
you can't hop in the front of the passenger side.
I don't know. I've never been in the back of or seen the back of one of those new ICE vehicles, but they don't say ICE on them. They're just regular vehicles.
Yeah,
so you see a fucking
that's what I'm thinking too.
Ford F-150. I've seen a Jeep. I've seen a Bronco. I've seen a fucking Expedition. I mean, it's just, it's almost like they're just kitting out people's personal vehicles. But I don't know. But like, if the Insurrection Act is invoked, what that allows, guys, is it allows the U.S. military, not just the National Guard, but the military, to go in and, essentially be police. They can institute curfews. They can take your guns. They can, put up fucking checkpoints, check for identification. They can detain you as citizens.
Ooh, that sounds a lot like who.
Oh, Schittler, yeah. I mean, but Trump wants that type of authority because he's used to being the head honcho of everything. He doesn't like the fact that there are checks and balances in our government while he's in there because he just wants to. If I say that it needs to happen, then it needs to happen. That's the way Trump's ego is. He's a fucking narcissist. He thinks he's the smartest person alive.
That people are going to get angry. I know that for sure.
Well, they're already getting angry. And hi, Orion, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, Melly, you're right. That's the end goal, regardless. Yeah. And that's why, look, after Trump, let's assume we all get through this and, alive. We've got a lot of things to change. One of those things being the Insurrection Act. We've got a 200-year-old fucking law that was written, almost 200 years ago to apply in modern day. That doesn't, that makes no sense to me. We have to update that because currently speaking, there's no time limit on it. The courts can review it only after. Congress doesn't get a say in it. And I think it's coming. And we can, matter of fact, let me go through. I had it pulled up here. I don't know what the fuck I did with it. We can just read through it.
Have you seen about the video about the pastor?
Which pastor?
There was an interview with the pastor being stopped by ICE.
What about it?
There was an interview with the pastor or a priest, I think, and he got stopped by ICE.
Okay, and what happened?
They said you're white. You wouldn't be fun.
Good morning,
anyways.
PT. Oh, that's what he said that they said.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw that. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't see a video of them saying that. I saw a video of him saying they said that.
Yeah, it was just an interview of him talking about ICE.
Right. Well, I'm trying to pull it up, and of course it's here we go. Insurrection Act. I'll have to find a better version of it. God damn it. Hold on, let's see here.
I've seen that one too. The one in the comment section talking about a 17-year-old getting picked up at Target.
And forgive me, guys. I'm still looking for that. You've got echo, by the way.
Me?
Yes.
Sorry. Is
I
it
don't
bad?
know if you're. It's bad enough that it bothers me.
All right, let me see if I can fix it by hanging up getting off the live and coming back.
You can just stay muted when you're not talking. Just press
Right.
the mute button. I'll have to fucking find it. Anyway, where the fuck was that? Hold on. There was something else I was gonna play. I think this may be the video I wanted to play. Let me pull it up here and see. Oh, yeah. I want to say this is the way MAGA characterizes situations, right? Like, these people can shoot you in the face, they can punch you, they can spray you. You're just standing on the sidewalk. I saw this one person standing on the sidewalk with the cell phone camera, I assume, and the ICE vehicle stops. They roll down the window, pepper spray the person, and just drive on. Just assaulting people left and right just to be mean. It's like cruelty is the point, I guess. So whenever they characterize shit like this, watch this.
Shame on you.
First assault. These people are so, like, these are snowflakes, and this guy can't even run in the snow, but, like, second assault, really? Now that dude gets kicked straight in the face. And see, that is a little different than going to an ICE vehicle and ripping the fucking safe out of the back. That shit doesn't make any sense to me. But what do you think? Do you think everybody that touched that officer should go to jail?
Nope. That's an unlawful arrest.
You said that's an unlawful arrest? Like, so, I mean, what do we say about that? If you're defending somebody else from an unlawful arrest, are you allowed to attack an officer? I'm not sure that that's ever come up in a court case that I've ever seen. Because generally speaking...
there's a difference between attacking and defending someone.
Well, like pushing the ICE officer. Now, the guy that kicked at him, I think that's a little much. You know, kicking somebody while they're down, you know, trying to repel an attack is one thing. But I don't know, because we do apply that standard to people. If you unalive somebody in the defense of somebody else, then it's, it's legit. Even though you weren't being attacked, if you're protecting somebody else, that's legit. So in the event of somebody trying to be kidnapped, if you're stopping that from happening, I don't know. I'm a little torn on it, but I think reasonable resistance is warranted. And Bunny, I agree with you, by the way. Where was that comment? Yeah, there's enough to discuss without the hearsay pieces, honestly. Yeah, that's what I thought whenever I heard that pastor say that. Because they will twist things even when it's black and white in your face. You got video evidence or fucking audio of it. MAGA will twist that anyway. So, if you're using hearsay stuff, then it's, you already know what they're going to do. And I'm not sure that it is helpful in any way whatsoever. But what we can do here is go on. Well, let me reload, because earlier Insurrection was trending on Twitter. It doesn't appear to be trending anymore. Uniparty, Southern Charm. Let's see here. Explain one. Oh, this was the porta potty one. Hold on. Sometimes if you just scroll through Twitter, you see all kinds of crazy shit. Unfortunately, you also see corn. There's corn on Twitter, and some of it's pretty bad. So do you think that Tim Walz was involved with the fraud in Minnesota? Do you think that's bullshit, or do you think there's some truth to it? Revolution?
You can educate me on that, honestly. I don't know who Tim Walz is.
Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, he was running as the vice president with Kamala Harris. I don't know if you saw the video earlier, but in Minnesota, yeah.
What kind of fraud did he commit?
Well, they're saying that he was part of it. They're also saying the mayor was part of it. But if you don't know, then you don't have an opinion on it. So it's pointless for me to ask.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. It's what I'm seeing about ICE is pretty fucked up. That's all I know. and it's violating people's constitutional rights.
Oh, here we go. This was 39 minutes ago. Let me pull this up and see what this worthless human being has to say.
Do you have any plans to pull out of Minnesota?
No plans to pull out of Minnesota. We are.
How would you describe what you were seeing on the ground there?
That's not Naomi, right?
As an insurrection,
Yeah.
and do you believe the president should
Christy
invoke
Nome,
the
yeah.
Insurrection Act?
I describe it as violent and a violation of the law in many places. I discussed with the president this morning several things that we are dealing with under the department and different operations. We did discuss the Insurrection Act. He certainly has the constitutional authority to utilize that. My hope is that this leadership team in Minnesota will start to work with us to get criminals off the streets.
Do you have any plans?
So they don't plan to pull out of Minnesota, even though the governor has asked them to stop. These people are just going and violating constitutional rights. And see, this is one of the differences between the Insurrection Act before and what Donald Trump is about to do, because usually the governor is the one that is asking the administration to invoke it, like in the LA riots, which, I mean, they were yanking people out of their trucks and beating them to death, you know, in LA. Like it was a big deal. They sent in, you know, invoke the Insurrection Act, very locally, very specific purpose. And it's usually when like the state isn't doing a certain thing or whatever. But in this case, it's a political disagreement because the federal government is being allowed to operate in there. Nobody is stopping them except for the people. The people have a right to you know, report and document, and that's all they're doing, generally speaking, aside from last night, which was, you know, ridiculous. But so if he's going to, you know, invoke the Insurrection Act, that's going to be a lot different than the ones prior. But again, you know, his ego needs him to be in charge of everybody and everything. So this is, you know, we're in, I wouldn't say necessarily uncharted territory, but it's certainly not the same as we've seen in the past. And of course, there's a case to be made that the Insurrection Act is useful, is purposeful, because, you know, there are instances where, like Ammon Bundy, for example, took over that federal building and wouldn't go. I mean, like, it's so funny, though, how they pick and choose which ones that they want to go against. You know, January 6th, that's not an insurrection. No, they're just breaking into the Capitol, shitting on desks, smearing it on the walls, threatening to hang the vice president. My vice president, by the way. No, that's not an insurrection at all. And the guy that, you know, fucking incited that, I don't know. These people are fucking wild. MAGA is just crazy. Dewey, you have to disagree. Well, you can come up and disagree if you'd like. Let me go through the comments here. See, autocorrect sucks. When liberal shows you actual video. Wait, what's happening? Low on the priority list right now. Jules says, I don't care. You don't care about what? Okay, so there's an argument going on in the comments. Yes, they smeared shit on the walls. And shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk. I think it was Nancy Pelosi's desk. Anyway, what's up, Dewey?
I don't disagree that what's going on is probably out of line, but it's nothing like what happened in the 60s and 70s, where they took over universities like UC Berkeley, Columbia. They were, I mean, that was violent. This so far has not been that bad. And I think that's the problem, is that it just hasn't been bad enough for mainstream media to pick it up and say anything about it. I mean, the protest, the No Kings protest, yeah, they were huge and they were great, but they didn't change anything.
Okay, so Well, what was the disagreement going on in the comment section? I think I missed all of that.
I think he meant the disagreement about the Insurrection Act being useful.
She was just saying she didn't agree with what you were saying, and that's all that was.
What did I say that she disagreed with, though?
I don't know. That's why I asked her.
I heard someone say they disagreed when you said the Insurrection Act was useful, and that's what I thought that was about.
Oh, I mean, maybe it is useful. Somebody has to be able to go in there and, you know, when shit gets out of hand.
Yeah,
you know
I
what
agree.
I mean? It needs to be more restrained than it is. And Democrats are going to need to go in there and fucking start fixing all these archaic fucking laws that Donald Trump has been like, you know, invoking, like the 12406 bullshit with where he's sending in the National Guard or whatever that like nobody has ever used. That shit's got to get fixed. You know, applying a
How old is that guy?
How old is what?
Like 80.
What
Fucking
guy?
Trump. He's like, Trump is a dinosaur. He's like bringing us back to the 50s.
Yeah, which is a problem. You start progressing a society where people are starting to be accepted, and then all of a sudden you get some fucking, oh my God, they're coming after white people.
Look,
they're
I'm
picking on the white people.
As you know, I'm not left or right. Both Biden and Trump are overaged and that they shouldn't even be in office. We should have presidents at least in their 50s.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that these old ass people should be in there, especially for as long as they are. Like, things have changed a lot since Lindsey Graham first took his position, right? Like, that we need young people who know what's going on in the world and can speak up for the
Like
general
JFK.
population who isn't like about to die out.
Like, JFK, he was the world's youngest president of the United States. You know how to get shit done. They didn't, people that
long-term loss. The consequences are real. Federal criminal charges, permanent damage to careers, and lasting harm to reputations.
And yeah, I agree. I think, the No Kings protests are great, but I don't think they really accomplish much. I think us patrolling, like, if we want to make a difference, I think we need to protect our communities. I've seen, like, Black Panther-inspired groups going out, like in Philadelphia, armed citizens. As long as they don't have their, finger on the trigger, they know the law.
That's what I was saying. Like, there was an incident in Texas with, I think 11 citizens. They had pew up a ICE facility. I'm like, we shouldn't have to take drastic measures like that.
Oh, that's what they want. That's why, everybody likes to talk hard. Oh, just burn down the buildings and just, go on the offensive with your weapons. Like, it's not that easy, and that's what they want. So, they can take.
When they talk about going on the offensive, they're talking about small numbers. When I think of, like, I'm more thinking of a defense option.
Well, I liked Itty Bitty's thoughts about, people patrolling their communities.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I'd rather see bands of people in the community, neighborhood watch, than watching militarized fucking agents run around from the federal government. I'd certainly rather see that.
Yeah. And you got to know the law. And all power to the people. Those men, the Black Panther inspired men going out there protecting their people, that is a fucking turn on. I'm just going to say, and they know the law. They're knowledgeable. They've been telling the cops to fuck off. The cops will pull up like, what the fuck are you doing out here with this weapon? And they're like, yo, I know the law. Unless you're investigating a crime, get the fuck out of here. And they bounced. He told them off. I don't know if you guys have been seeing the videos circulating about that, but Philadelphia is one. Like, they won't go into certain neighborhoods, you know what I mean? Because they already know what's up.
Because they're a bunch of cowards. They don't want to die either.
Right.
I mean, and I gotta wonder, where are all these hard ass gangs? Where are all the gangs allowing this shit to happen on their turf?
Right.
Like, the Crips and the Bloods. Like, come on, y'all, help us out.
Well, they're
Right.
staying out of places in Chicago for that reason.
Yes.
Nobody wants to go to the south side of Chicago. I mean, that is a real nasty place.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to go to Compton in LA, not for the same reason.
I went to
Right? They
Chicago. I don't know
went.
what side of Chicago I went, but I'm probably sure I went to like a nice side of Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah, Compton, like they went to certain areas in the Bay Area in California over here. They won't go into certain neighborhoods. Like they already know what's up. So I think that we need to protect our communities. That's probably the number one thing we could do. They're talking about armed groups of people escorting, especially immigrant communities. They need to be especially sensitive to those people. And, you know, yeah, I think they will think twice before they act if they see that. And if you know the law and what are they going to do? Somebody might try to get hard, but it might end badly. That's what our rights are there for.
Yeah, for everybody, it'll end badly.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just those idiots last night. They just are making it difficult for everybody. They're just throwing it. It just makes the cause look bad.
How do we know it's not like? What if it was like an inside job, so to speak? Like not one of us.
Probably was.
Yeah, it could be just some rogue people. I wouldn't doubt that because people are stupid.
Well, it's like the Umbrella Man was an agent saboteur. So we know that they do that shit, but it doesn't change the rhetoric from that side. Look at them; they're terrorists. Look at them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man, but I got to drop. I've got the flu and it's coming out of both ends and
Oh no! Don't give it to me. I'm joking.
Oof.
I'm gonna get virtually sick.
I have to be ready to run to the bathroom at any moment.
TMI, but good luck with that.
Best of luck there, Dewey.
Feel better.
Oh,
Good luck to
man.
both your ends.
That sucks. Now somebody sent me a link. I have to like copy it and then paste it and then remove the words because fucking TikTok doesn't like turn the here, let's see here. I'm gonna play this video. It was just sent to me from somebody. Let's see what I've never seen it, so I don't know what it's about to say.
Fucking yeah, and you're right in the middle of this shit. This is nuts. This is fucking yeah, and you're right in the middle of this shit. What the fuck is going on, dude? This is insane.
Have you ever gone out to these sort of things before?
Never. I've never protested in my life. My brother's here. He does it all the time. I've never. Yeah. Like I said, I'm far enough away, but close enough, and I sit in my cushy house and look at shit and get mad, and they're just trying to fucking scare people, and but why shoot people? You know what really pisses me off is the fact that they detain people, cuff them, and then still beat the shit out of them. They tell you it's immigrants, only immigrants. It's fucking anybody. I have friends that got detained and all they were doing was fucking driving home from work. What the fuck?
Sounds like you don't fit the definition of the...
No, and I'm not fucking paid to be here like everybody fucking says. What the fuck is that? I gotta work in the goddamn morning, just like everybody else. I'm just here trying to stand up for community, dude. We're all human beings here. I don't give a shit who you are, where you came from, what color you are. It doesn't fucking matter. This is wrong.
That's right.
That's what I'm saying too.
Yeah.
I'm like that guy right now. I never protested in my entire life, and now I really want to.
Yeah, I mean, he speaks for a lot of us. Go ahead, itty bitty.
Yeah, if you don't have kids and you don't have, I don't know, if you're young, go. If I didn't have 4 kids on my own that I gotta, worry about me, I would be there in a heartbeat. But I can't take them. I can't take them with me, so that wouldn't be safe, obviously. But yeah, go if you can, like before we can't, because it's getting to the point where we might not be able to do that at all.
Yeah, when they institute curfews and you can't even be outside of your fucking house past a certain time, is that America? But that's what Donald Trump wants.
Right. They talked about COVID being like that. Nothing really like that actually happened. It was all like
Right.
you thought it happened, it's like in your head. Kind of type shit. And correct me if I'm wrong. Did any place implement curfews?
I think a couple.
Curfew that is supposed to be for its underage adults or underage kids.
Yeah,
that's the only curfew that. Sorry.
I think that there were some places that had curfews. I'll look it up, but I just remember it that way. But now that you say that, I'm not sure. But let me play this video here. I think this was from last night, actually. This was after the shooting, apparently. Like, look at this shit.
Wait, what shooting?
The Venezuelan that
I
they
got
shot
hit in the head
yesterday.
really bad.
And look at this. And for what? For what reason are they doing this? Because people are outside? Like, if those officers just left, none of that would be even happening. They're just.
Liberal, have you seen the video of the kid going blind?
Yes, I played that video yesterday on the show, and I can
I
play it
didn't
again.
see it.
I can play it again today. But let's finish this clip. It's crazy.
Fuck. Out of the blue, the police are moving forward. Shooting, firing. I got hit in the head, man.
There's no reason for this.
They're shooting
middle
off
of the goddamn
munitions
night.
again. Not quite sure what I was hit in the head by. I was turned, had my back stupidly to the federal officers. So I believe it was something that they threw or fired. All right, stay here. Let me see your head. Where's your head? Right here.
It's just boys with the government's toys.
Sorry, we're just.
Yeah, I mean, none of that makes any sense. Like, you're in the middle of the night, there's like nothing going on. Why are these agents doing this at all? Why? Right? Does that make any sense to anybody that they would be like.
Because they want to. There's no actual reason to do that.
Right. I mean, you move like 2 blocks over, and I guarantee you there's like nothing going on. It's total silence in those other neighborhoods, and they just, we're just gonna, there's people gathering. We've got to go in there and shoot them with flashbangs and shit and tear gas. Just
Cruelty. They were told they have full immunity, even if it's not true. They think that they do, and that's why people keep bringing up like laws and stuff. They're not following the laws. Like, they really don't have full immunity, but the president said so they basically do. I don't know.
Checking on that.
This is what I'm going to say. For anyone that wants to go protest for your own safety, bring some head protection. Bring a gas mask or eye protection. Because, like I mentioned, there was a kid that went blind.
Oh, yeah. Let me play that.
Oh, yeah, that was bad.
Let me go ahead and play that clip real quick.
Bring like a gas mask or like a respirator mask.
Goggles, too.
Goggles. And
stuff to like change of clothes in case you get gassed. Things to like clean yourself off if you get pepper spray or whatever.
If you're going to Minneapolis.
Umbrellas. Get umbrellas.
Well, umbrellas, yeah, but riot shields
and a
too.
bazooka. A bazooka. Gotta have the bazooka.
Bring a tank.
Bring
right.
riot shields. Buy riot shields. That's one thing you're probably gonna want.
So Sierra says milk. But it has to be whole milk, according to Donald Trump. So right here, you're going to see this kid just gets shot just for no real reason. Right here, the guy with the bullhorn right here, watch. Got him right in the eye.
Oh, God.
Look at him. He's just walking up there. Gets shot.
If I were him, I'd start getting an eye patch.
He lost his eye. Like,
And
what's
then,
the point of that?
And then look at this shit. That's the best part of the video right there, that dumbass.
He's dragging the guy that just got hit with the canister.
Yep, like a
What the
fucking
fuck? They
sack
don't
of
even
potatoes.
render medical aid.
Nope.
They don't give a shit to render medical aid.
I know. And I'm sure you guys all saw how they picked up those 2 teenagers from Target while they were working. They were citizens.
And then dropped one of them off.
They beat him up, or like threw him out of the van, and he was bleeding rather. But he said that they beat him up. They tackled him on the ground, and they found out he was a citizen, and they dumped him a few miles away at a Walmart. I also sent you a video, Liberal, of those Black Panther guys out in I think it was Philadelphia, but it was pretty dope. Yeah, it's insane. I would bring umbrellas because they're good for like deflecting the pepper spray and shit.
Oh yeah,
Tim,
get mace for yourself. Get some mace.
Tim, let me ask you this, because we're all adults here. We can talk. Now, the kid with the bullhorn, that's crazy, right? I agree. I'm riding a bike to the neighborhood, so it might be a little loud here, but
well, don't go too fast. The cops might think you're running and shoot you.
I got my tail lights blinking and all. I think you have to have a headlight. It's all this crazy shit this day. You didn't have that back in the day, but anyways, I just feel like the guy with the bullhorn, right? Like, he didn't deserve that. But are we looking before? Like, I guess if you're going to protest as loud as you want. But why are we so close to these officers to pick and prod and poke and all the above? Like, it's amazing the ones that don't get hurt. They're protesting too, but they're not like running up in the officers' faces and stuff. Like, I mean, I'm sure we've all been annoyed with things and kind of act out. Unfortunately, we kind of, get a little pissed off. But at what point do we call it and say, okay, dude, like, protest, but now you're just asking for it?
Asking for your rights to be violated?
No, not at all. But I mean, I'm not. It's like, are we looking at situations where we're making something, and maybe that's one way they're doing it. Maybe they're willing to sacrifice their body and say, hey, this will at least make it to the news if I can get them to do something to me.
Dude, people are literally getting caught up in these things. People who have nothing to do with the protest are getting caught up. There was a father, I forget what state, he was trying to get his kids away from there. He had 6 kids. The freaking agent, gassed the whole car, and then all of the kids had to go to the hospital. One stopped breathing. So stop. Literally, this is our First Amendment right. Freedom of speech. That's the #1 right we have. In Iran right now, they're unaliving people for protesting. Apparently, hundreds every night. I don't know how accurate that is. Apparently it stopped. I don't know. But, dude, this is our First Amendment right. I get what you're saying. Be smart. But some people get caught up in this stuff. And you know
I
what?
agree, and
They shouldn't be using this type of force on citizens, period. Period. These are immigration officers. What the fuck are they doing fighting citizens, dude? Tell me that right now.
Well, I guess I could agree with if there's protest, and I'm gonna get off this main road. I know y'all hear the cars. If there's protesting going on, they shouldn't be the officers there, controlling that crowd. If that's what they're doing, then they're out of place because that's not their job title.
Police officers should be patrolling. These officers are not trained on how to patrol citizens. They don't even know how to do traffic stops. And you want to blame citizens who are simply practicing their First Amendment right? I'm sure that kid didn't purposely try to get hit by a canister and lose his eye because he thought, oh, this might make the news. Obviously, he ran right into it. I wonder how many other cases there are of them getting caught up in that stuff. I mean, that little baby stopped breathing. We don't even know if they're alive. Those people were trying to leave. How are you going to even side with this? They should not be using this type of force on citizens. They should not be even interacting with citizens. And they should not be doing these brutal sweeps.
They shouldn't have to. I mean, they should be able to wear protection when you got people hurling whatever at them.
Protection, sure, but not weaponry.
Right. Well,
Not
what weaponry do
weaponry,
they
special
have?
ops weapons. What the fuck is that needed for?
Well, that's a fancy term, but what weaponry do they have?
A bunch
Flashbangs?
of guns? Are you kidding me? There's people literally cosplaying as ICE agents walking around with hella big knives, all decked out in gear, and cops don't even stop them.
Well, here, let me play this
Some of them are
clip
just
again.
impersonating these people, these
Let me-
agents. They're not even real
let
agents, and
me-
they have all these weapons, and cops aren't even stopping them.
You ask what kind of weapons. Let me play this clip again, and then maybe this
Right.
will answer your question.
Flashbangs, smoke grenades, tear gas.
Yeah. And this guy that's recording actually got hit in the head with one. He actually had his back turned to the officers and was hit in the head with something. So
Okay,
they've
so
got
what I
all
can-
kinds of shit.
So what I have to say is protest peacefully. You know, that's stand on the side of the road. Don't block traffic so people
How
can
do
get
you
in
know
and out
that
of
they
there.
weren't?
Okay.
Because you can watch
Well,
1,000 videos of them throwing snowballs and bottles and everything else.
Well,
at these
yeah,
people.
yeah, exactly.
You're
That's
just
what I
choosing
mean,
not to
like-
show those videos.
Okay, so
You're choosing to show the videos
in
that
this
you
video,
agree with.
In this video, did you see
Yeah,
anybody
we-
throw anything?
Well, you just showed. You
can't see
I just showed you a video, and I asked the question,
You
how
showed
do
2
you know?
seconds.
Well, hold on. And I said, how do you
know
know?
they didn't?
How do you know?
How do you know they
that-
didn't?
Are you just going to interrupt me and be annoying?
All right, go ahead. And then
Damn.
I'm going to say, how do you know you didn't?
Oh my God, we get it. Let
Okay.
him speak.
Look, you saw a video from another incident of people throwing snowballs, the horror, and you're trying to apply that to this situation and every situation, no matter what.
Well, because I bet I can get on this very platform and find 10,000 videos from 10,000 different locations, and somebody somewhere is always throwing shit.
Okay.
So what do you do if you're in
And
that
I can
crowd?
go and I can find.
If it was me, I would turn around and leave. If it was me, I would grab them and throw them to the front and say, "Here's the dumb motherfuckers throwing shit at you."
After they
Okay.
just fuck somebody up,
and
somebody
I
was
can-
peaceful.
And I can go and find 10,000 videos of people not throwing stuff.
And that's a good point, Tim. And we're kind of at a standstill here is what it comes down to. 2 wrongs don't make a right for either side. So we are literally at a fucking standstill over this shit.
We
not
aren't.
gaining
We're
any
not.
ground.
We're not.
We're not
at a
dude, okay, let me
standstill.
ask you something. Do the people have all the power of the government and military behind them, yes or no? No. Who has all the big bad toys? The government. People are throwing snowballs and bottles, and these guys come in decked out like they're fucking
but
going into
you're-
Fallujah, and you're
Right,
like,
but-
oh, the people threw snowballs. Dude, they're
Fair enough. But the point
They're
is,
just fucking
is
snowballs.
you should not be able to go to work and get shit thrown at you. Like, go to your job and have somebody just throw a snowball at you. And you agree that you shouldn't have to live with that.
Well,
That's
hold
not
on.
what they signed up.
You shouldn't go to work and violate the constitutional rights of people. But they
yeah,
are.
there's some bad apples. Yeah, I guess again,
And
there we
there
go.
are
There's
bad apples,
on both sides.
and there are bad apples. But guess what? Those other people aren't turning those bad apples in, nor do they ever get held accountable for the bad apple thing that they do. Whereas
you know
I've
what,
seen
Tim? One day they
protesters.
will.
I have seen protesters. Matter of fact, I saw this video of this guy who burned a U.S. flag, riled everybody up, and these other protesters followed this bitch down the street asking what he was there for because he just burned the flag and then walked off. And so there are people that call out protesters. We're the officers calling out the officers. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah,
Have you
for
ever
sure.
seen a video of an officer pulling another officer back and telling him to stop fucking doing that? Because I've
So
seen
what should
countless
happen
videos
is,
of protesters doing it.
The city officers should link up and say, we'll do our part of this, crowd control, we'll work together, we'll make it as safe as possible. They're not doing that. They're being told, it's right down the line. We're not helping y'all, and we're kind of turning our backs to this thing. So I guess we could blame the city.
But let's be clear here. The government exists only because we allow it. Does everybody agree with that statement?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Get outside. Do you agree with that statement?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so we're at a point where that government that only exists because we allow it is now coming in and violating the rights of people. Whether you agree with them doing that to everybody or not, it's happening. We're seeing it on video, and they shouldn't, but they continue to do it. And they continue to shoot people's eyes, losing their eyes. They shot somebody in the face over, somebody putting himself in front of a vehicle, which he's not supposed to do. We're seeing them go up to U.S. citizens after being told they're U.S. citizens and continue to demand that they give them, where they were born, what state they're from, what hospital they were born at. They won't even look at their passports. This is a violation of your basic fucking right against unwarranted and unlawful search and seizure.
Yes.
And so at some point, you as the governing, the consented governed have to say, fuck you. At some point, you have to. Because otherwise, they're just going to keep going.
Yeah, I was going to correct myself. That situation with the children in the car getting gas, they threw the canister inside of the vehicle with all the children inside. So what did those children do to deserve that? The father was trying to flee the protest. How are you going to excuse the government or these rogue agents from attacking innocent U.S. citizens and immigrants, law-abiding residents and immigrants? How are you going to excuse that and call yourself an American and then say, well, people just shouldn't protest, or they shouldn't have been there, or they shouldn't have been that close? We don't have the same type of power that they have. How is this an equal comparison? How are you going to hold us to the same standard as them? I just don't get it. And you're going against the very thing that makes us American: freedom of speech, right to protest.
And again, nobody's saying you can't protest, you can't this, but once you start throwing stuff, that's no longer a peaceful protest. And somebody says, "Oh, well, it's just a snowball." Well, I don't want to get pelted in the eyes. I don't want to get pelted in the eyes 15, 20. Oh, it's just a rock.
So
I don't want to get hit in the face with a rock.
Then let me just use
I didn't
your
get in a snowball fight. I showed up to do a job.
One second. I'm gonna use what you just said so you can hear what you just said.
I know what I said.
No, you don't. So
I
you're
do.
saying
I absolutely do.
If there is a snowball fight, you should respond by shooting the people.
That's not a snowball fight. A snowball fight is a mutually agreed thing. Hey, I got a buddy over there. We start throwing snowballs at each other.
You take a snowball and you throw it
These
at
are
someone.
protesters.
That would constitute. Listen, listen.
I'll listen to you, and then I'll prove to you how
stupid this is. A snowball
is.
fight is when it's literally when someone takes a snowball and throws it at you. It can be multiple people. That would fall under the definition of a snowball fight. You are saying that protesters who are throwing snowballs in snow, you should respond to them by shooting them because you don't like a snowball hitting you. That's what you just said.
No, what I just said is you have people literally assaulting federal officers.
With
They're throwing rocks at
the
them.
snowball.
I don't care. I don't care if it's a snowball or whatever.
So are you just appealing
you just
to authority?
Assaulted a federal officer.
So are
you
they
assaulted a federal officer?
The bad thing is,
let me finish my statement.
Let him finish.
If I walk down the street and say I see liberal walking and I just decide I don't like him and I pelt a bunch of snowballs at him and the liberal says, well, you know what? Fuck you. There's a cop right over there. Do you know what if he goes to that cop and says, hey, this motherfucker over here just threw a bunch of snowballs and hit me in the face, I'm going to be standing in court for assaulting him.
Yeah, no.
What am I going to say? Oh, it's only a snowball.
Like, that's stupid.
It was only a snowball.
No, the liberal.
I mean, whose fault is it that they show up and start this shit? Have you ever heard the saying, "Don't come to a pew fight with a knife"? Why are you that dumb?
Okay,
who started this fight,
dumb?
sir?
Okay,
who started this all?
So then you are agreeing that the president is violating posse comitatus by using the United States military against United States citizens.
Yep.
You are agreeing to that. So you are agreeing that the president
that's
of the
mega.
United... Hold on,
ICE is not
for you.
military. ICE is not
yes, they
military.
are. They are considered.
They are.
Yes, the
are
National Guard.
immigrations.
The
Let her
National
speak.
Guard.
I agree
The
with the National
Guard. The National Guard, who is
We
there
we
backing
weren't talking
up
about the
ICE.
National Guard.
Can you take turns?
The
Good
National
boy.
Guard, which was deployed by Donald Trump to back up and support operations in Minnesota, according to the President of the United States. That is who they are turning to, right? Because they're not turning to the Minneapolis police. They're not turning to the state police. They're turning to military people who were deployed with them to help with this. That is a violation of posse comitatus. That is a violation of enumerated powers by the Constitution, which you are admitting to.
Now, you do have 40 seconds left if you'd like to finish. And then I'm going to get outside, and then I'm going to get around and make sure everybody gets a chance to speak.
I mean, it is the hypocrisy cannot be louder. That y'all are now all of a sudden for law and order when you voted for a felon, a fraudster, someone whose entire career has been wrought with him violating the laws, and now all of a sudden you are an expert and you want someone who does not have jurisdiction over United States citizens to now lord power over United States citizens. That's not what the Constitution says, and that's not their dereliction of duty. That's not their duty. That's dereliction of their duty. Crazy.
All right, get outside. Go ahead. If you'd like. Get outside. All right, we'll move on. Benjamin, go. I'll just start from the left and go down. Benjamin, go ahead if you want.
Okay,
I did
go.
mute you. Yeah, I muted you because you had a lot of background noise.
Sorry, bro. I'll make sure I mute after I get done. Sorry about that. Okay, Aaron, though, we have to. I mean, you're saying that they have to assume that it's going to remain snowballs and rocks, which rocks fucking hurt, dude. But you have to. I mean, they don't know what they're up against. They're wearing vests. They're covering their face because their families are getting, like they don't want their families involved. So they're taking precautionary measures. They don't wait to get, and I'm watching my words here, hit with something more than a rock or a snowball, and then use that as an example and then say, damn, man, we listened to everybody. They was throwing snowballs. One decided to throw something that actually, and I guess from now on, I guess we can wear them because now we've got, an excuse to. No, they're officers. They're getting dressed for the job, right? If you go work outside and it's 20 degrees out, you're going to dress for the job. You may not like what they're wearing. It may be something you're not used to because you don't wear that in your profession, but that's what officers wear. I mean, it's kind of crazy to sit here. Yeah, go ahead. My time's up, but yeah, that's it.
Well, wait, what do you mean that's what officers wear? The military gear?
Well, if they don't have a specific uniform, they can kind of choose. Do they want to wear military attire? Do they want to wear police uniforms? They probably chose to wear military because that's from the United States government. So
let me show you what ICE agents historically wear. All right, let me show you. This is from Obama's years.
To arrest criminals in the U.S. illegally.
Tech 1, Tech 2, Tech 3.
CNN was granted exclusive access to witness some of those raids.
Do you see what he's wearing? That's what they wear. That's their uniform.
Right, and a peaceful looking time. Yeah, I get it.
Yep. And so when you dress up, and look, if you let me just kind of paint a picture for you. If somebody walks into a fucking Walmart with a bulletproof vest on, a mask on their face, a bunch of shit around their waistband, whether they even have a pew-pew or not, let's say they don't, and they're decked out in military fatigues, can you imagine what people believe that they're there to do? I think we already we all can understand why somebody's going to look at that and think a certain way. And by them dressing in this way is provocative, and I think that's the point, is to provoke. They don't have to dress that way. They're not military. They don't have rules of engagement the way that the military does. The military is held to a higher standard than these fucking gravy seals. Which, you know, they are less, you know, we held a higher standard to when they could fire a weapon for our military members in somebody else's country than we have for the people here. It's fucking weird, gotta say. Anyway, second revolution. Go ahead. 65 seconds for you two.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I think the power belongs, I know the power belongs to the people. It's meant to be by the people, for the people, and to the people. We have every goddamn right to start a revolution under a tyrannical government. Even Thomas Jefferson talked about disbanding a tyrannical government if it's become destructive. And I truly believe our government is becoming destructive. So, and it comes to a point that it's you give me life, or you give me liberty, or you give me death. That's all I have to say.
I mean, fair point. Look, we grew up on that notion, right?
We've been listening to this to the day we went to school.
That's right. Yeah,
Life, liberty, and the
schools teach
pursuit
you
of
this.
happiness.
Yeah, schools teach you this. This is our culture. So anybody like surprised or upset by it, it's kind of weird. Anyway, get outside. Go ahead, man. We'll try again. Are you there? Well, I'll try to come back to him since he's opposition, the only one that we have. I don't know what's going on, but F MAGA Americans, go ahead. You be next.
Hey, man. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning.
Hey, this all starts at the top, and it's really quite simple. First of all, what is their training? This is what I want to say to Ben and to
It's like
Bit.
46 days.
46 days. It's a year for a police officer. 6 to a year for a police officer. And the training is quite something, but the education is quite something. These people aren't being educated. These people probably aren't getting background checks done. These people aren't getting any of that. All they're getting is a uniform. They're getting told that they could go out, attack American citizens, because obviously that's what they're doing, pulling pregnant women out of cars and so on and so forth. So yeah, people are pissed off, and I wonder why. And it starts from the top. It starts from this Miller moron. I mean, listen to him. This has now become a police state where they could just attack whoever they want, when they want, and how they want, if they deem to see it's unsafe. Come on, people. It's time you wake the fuck up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did I say 46 days? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think you did, but 47. I mean, as if that makes a difference. Dr. Hassan, go ahead, man. Dr. Hassan, you are muted. Dr. Hassan, going once, going twice. You have been surgically removed. Naturally me, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My big thing really is I've been off of TikTok. I was following everything up until like 5 to 7 months ago. A lot's been going on in my life. So I apologize if I slip and forget some terms. But my big thing coming here is trying to reconnect to, my account that I've been out of, and find out how to stay safe, because I live on the west side where they're all over the place. They're at bus stops, children's bus stops. People aren't leaving. People are moving out and leaving all their furniture, everything they own. The south side ain't too far from us, and things are getting hot over there. I need a reminder, like, who do I connect with to remind how to stay safe and how we should be going about this time?
I mean, I can't speak to your community, but do you mean like specifically on TikTok?
No, for like when it is in your face, because it's in our face. Somebody else got pew last night. And it's getting real out there. There is a live where there's things going down.
Right. Yeah, I mean
Like,
they know that they can shoot you and get away with it. I think whenever Renee Good had happened, they had shot I think 9 people to that point, all of them in their vehicles. So
yeah, and so here's, like for opposition, like people that follow them, here's the thing they need to pay attention. Once they start doing that to a blonde haired, blue eyed woman in broad daylight and saying what they said afterwards, the effing B, the white males that think they're safe, you're not. We are living 1930s Germany. Don't be fooled. They're taking away rights. Whatever you allow them to do to other people, they can do to you. Don't forget that. Like, y'all been in America long enough. You've seen some things.
Yep.
You can't pretend no more.
The difference between then and now is that when that happened to 1930s Germany, they didn't have, 60 fucking years of warning about what happened in 1930s Germany. So,
Yeah.
like, we still are letting this happen. It's happening despite the fact that we watched it happen. We all saw it. We learned about it. And yet here we are. It's fucking crazy. But naturally, yeah, I mean, to who you can trust, I don't fucking trust anybody anymore.
No, to review on what we can do to stay safe and the tact, like, because I was on all of it. Like, I was fact checking everything. I was doing the research for years with my daughter. Like, but I've had a lot going on in my personal life. I lost my daughter recently. So, and now it's in my face. Like, it's in my community.
Yeah, I mean,
and I know what happened during George Floyd. Like, I remember.
Well, like Tim Walz had said, I don't know. You said you're from the west side. Do you mean the west side of Minneapolis or?
Okay. So I'm in the Twin Cities. So Minneapolis,
Okay.
St. Paul. I live in St. Paul.
Gotcha.
I'm from Minneapolis, so I'm not surprised the way they're reacting because we don't like people to be mistreated. We don't stand for that. We don't.
Right.
No matter what you are.
Yeah, I mean,
know?
there's if protecting yourself is the goal and your family, avoiding them is probably the best option. But if you're still wanting to be an activist, like Tim Walz said, document everything. Just document everything.
Well, the mayor of Minneapolis came on and said that there's 3,000 of their agents here and there's only 600 police. We're outnumbered. That's the America we're living in right now, people.
Wait, there's only 600 police in Minneapolis?
Yes.
What?
That's what he said. Yes, that's what he said.
That seems nutty to me.
You know what?
They've
That's
had
crazy.
a shortage since the Ponderosa.
Wow.
Budget cut, and a lot of people quit. So they have had a shortage for a while.
And, the fact that people are starting to hold them accountable, they're like, well, fuck that shit. If I have to obey the laws, I don't want to be an officer. Fucking crazy.
Yeah, there was a lot of people that went on disability after the uprising, and they're getting paid still, but we have a shortage of officers.
And see, that actually plays into Donald Trump invoking the Insurrection Act. Because if the state isn't, if a state or a city is unable to, stop some kind, shit gets well out of hand, and the city can't, and the state won't, he'll send in the troops, curfews and everything.
I saw a thing where some of the people in the crowd, they went into those cars and they took out information packets that these people have. And, did you see that stuff too then?
Yeah,
No,
I played it this morning. I played the whole video. I've got the whole video of them fucking putting the straps on that safe, using another vehicle to yank it out. And then but see, I call that whole thing. I call that
something else. Yeah, what's that one? Where do I find that one?
That's the safe because they pulled it out of the back of that ICE vehicle and they opened it up. They got the paper documents with the maps and the names of all the FBI agents and the judges on it. Yeah, no. So, it's ridiculous because who the fuck prints off names and phone numbers and puts it with a map of where they take people? All that information would go in somebody's phone. It just doesn't make any sense to print it off.
Actually, with this backwards ass administration, you're thinking logically here, Liv. They literally remember in Alaska, they left the plans for the luncheon with Putin on the printer at the hotel. So they
Right,
do
but
print shit out that they shouldn't print out.
my point is that is too. I don't know. To me, I think they left it there. It was bait. They took the bait. Or the whole fucking thing was staged so that, oh my God, they got, confidential information. Now they're going to dox these people. That's how I see it. It was weird because they even had like challenge coins, FBI challenge coins in the back of an ICE vehicle safe. Tell me that makes sense.
And there's been a leak. Someone in the Netherlands hacked some database allegedly on Minecraft and leaked the people in the ICE agents. And one of them that was leaked was Enrique Terrio, the founder of the Proud Boys, was in that information as an actual ICE agent. So we knew that the ICE agents they were hiring were the Proud Boys and the white he takes supremacists that the FBI warned us about in 2019. And now it's being confirmed with this leak that these people are actually the ones who are being hired for ICE agents, allegedly on Minecraft.
Yeah, and to that point, here is that image here. Now, I'm sure there's other people named Enrique Tarrio, but yeah, Proud Boys leader Tarrio found on the leaked list of ICE officers, which is, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, and even though I have not been able to verify this, like I'm a fucking investigative journalist, I have not been able to verify this claim, but there is a family member of Jonathan Ross who says that he is a Proud Boy. The one
that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise
me. And that's coming from a family member.
Oh, to your comment on my video the other day, let me put this up here about fucking Pam Bondi, that foreign agent.
What the fuck?
I know, right? I posted it in here. Let me see if I can pull it up again. I don't remember exactly where I posted it. Maybe it was in my main chat. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. This is kind of crazy. And yeah, I did look it up and confirm that in 2019, Ballard Partners acknowledged that she was part of the team that what they were going to do to lobby on behalf of Qatar. Fucking nuts. $115,000 a month this lady was getting paid. This amendment once shall amend the certain consulting services agreement dated June 28, 2018 by and between the Embassy of the State of Qatar and Ballard Partners. Right here, the following consultant personnel shall be designated key personnel, Miss Pam Bondi and Mr. James Rubin. Key personnel shall be personally and substantially engaged in the delivery of the services.
And why didn't they find this during the confirmation hearing? Where was this information?
Apparently, Laura Loomer is the one that leaked this.
Well, they're fighting again.
Because they're pissed off. They're pissed off about the Epstein files, and instead of blaming Donald Trump for it, they're blaming Pam Bondi. So they're turning on her, and now they're releasing this shit. But it turns out she also is lobbying on behalf of Geo Group, and fucking Amazon, and fucking Uber.
All the companies that are getting these contracts.
That's right.
And are.
You know what's crazy?
But yeah, Kamala was the same. Okay.
It's crazy that what's our saving grace at times is that all those groups that back him with money and whatnot, they have conflicting agendas, and that's what saves us at times. That's insane.
Yeah, and I love the America First administration has an attorney general that was lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. I mean. And so have you heard anything about I've heard that bank accounts were created in Qatar and they're moving the money from Venezuelan sales, the oil sales, into these accounts, but that could just be bullshit.
Well, Trump actually said from his own mouth that the money from the sales from the oil in Venezuela was going to go into an offshore account that he would manage.
Is it true that China's now saying that was their oil tanker?
Which one? The empty one?
The one that Trump took.
Well, there was two that I'm aware of. One of them had 1.1 million barrels, which I believe they did offload on in the U.S., and then the other one was empty. But the other one was actually run by, and I had this research before, and forgive me, I'm just based on my memory. It was run by a guy that had some issue with Putin or whatever. Is this large global organization that he was running, the guy that owned the ship. But they own it through subsidiaries of subsidiary. You know what I mean? Like they, cover over the paper trail. It was hard to fucking track, but I'd have to look it up. I had it all written down somewhere. It was fucking wild. Like
And
it
I totally
wasn't.
get it because I remember doing all the research and fact checking. It's hard to keep up with all of it because you do all that and there's so much coming at you. And that was before they did their shock and awe campaign. I give you all the grace in the world. The fact that you are keeping up on anything, you got to give yourself credit for that.
Man, I feel like I'm because I'm trying to learn about everything. I learn about nothing. Sometimes that's how it feels because there's so much shit going on.
Intelligent person. That's a wise, intelligent person, knowing that I know a lot and I know all this, but I still barely know anything. It's the ignorant, stupid people that think they know everything about everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, here we go. Okay. Yeah, U.S. makes initial $500 million Venezuelan oil deal. Some proceeds headed to Qatari bank. I wonder if that's Pam Bondi's bank account. Like, here, Pam.
Crazy.
Thanks for the plane. Thanks for the plane, Pam. What the fuck? Benjamin.
Well, that's going to be my background today. I'm going to use that today because...
Makes me wonder if Epstein was still alive, would President Trump pardon him?
Yes.
He might posthumously pardon this motherfucker.
Right.
Of course, was he convicted? I think his trial was just ongoing, right? He never actually got to the conviction stage.
He was convicted.
Right, but I mean,
I'm sorry for that word.
The newer one. Yeah, I don't think he was actually found guilty.
He unaligned a month after he was arrested.
Right, that's what I thought.
Maxwell was convicted from the stuff from the new case.
Yeah, and Bunny, I have to LOL because I saw your request and I'm like, she just accidentally requested up, and then you're like, no, I meant to do it in the comments. That's funny. Anyway, since you've, go ahead if you'd like.
No worries. Can you hear me okay? I'm on
I
my
can.
headset.
Yes.
Okay. I just, first off, as always, love your lives. But I wanted to real quick, I know, especially with Naturally having requested some information, I wanted to mention there are two organizations that I actually help with that are spectacular. One is called Food Not Booms, Booms, Booms. And then
Okay, I
the
could
other,
barely hear that. Can you say that again?
yeah, it's called Food Not Kabooms.
Food Not Kabooms. Gotcha.
Yes, with just boom, yeah, boom. But and then the other one is People Over Papers, and that one is directly going. It's community led, and it is a tracker for any and all ICE activity. So just so you all have both of those to look into and hopefully help in your local communities as well.
What was the second one?
People, not papers, or people over papers, excuse me.
Okay, now what do they do exactly? Can you elaborate on it a little bit?
So food, not booms. Actually, they're community led, and they pick up on Saturdays we pick up from local grocers and people that have just made and donated groceries, and on Sunday we serve them to the community as needed, especially in our communities that are higher immigrant levels and such, because the purpose is to try and keep them safe and keep them from having to go too far. And then paper, papers, or excuse me, people over papers is literally just for tracking. It is just to keep track of ice and keep an eye on what's going on, and to be able to alert anyone that might be affected by them, as well as, for those of us that are lucky enough to not be as afraid, um, we're able to go out and help protect those people in those areas.
Nice. Now, I went to the frequently asked questions of the food not bombs. And the first frequently asked question was, does food not bombs get its food from dumpsters? The
Yeah,
answer
no.
is that Food Not Bombs does not get food out of dumpsters. So rest assured, the food doesn't come from dumpsters. I just thought that was
No,
funny.
a lot of ours actually come from local, like, food markets and stuff, because consumers are so stupid, excuse me, but we can't have a freaking grape that looks disformed because,
Right.
oh no, but they're perfectly edible. So
And
it's
when there's a
just,
dark spot in my banana, I eat it lovingly. Okay.
hey,
Just
so do
chew
I.
right through it. Makes great banana bread too, by the way. When it's
Yes, it
starting
does.
to get like that, it really does enhance the flavor, in my opinion.
All right. But before I go, tap the screen, share, gift your host, and
Yes,
have a
please.
great time.
Thank you, Bunny. I
Also,
appreciate it. And we need like a code or something for whenever you do request on purpose, so that I know.
I
Or
just put
maybe
it in the chat that, hey,
I don't always catch it if
this was on
you know.
purpose.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And with that, let me do a PSA actually, because I haven't done one since I started. Please tap the screen. We're 35K. We've got, I don't know, 50 people, 60 people in here. Let's get to 50K if we can. I'd appreciate that. If you're just, listening, just tap. I do have a gifting goal of 50 boxing gloves. I have 20. Gifting wise, today has been pretty slow. So if you want to support the live, and I would appreciate it if you did, send some gifts, or I have a Crash App and Vimo. You can send some love donations my way that way. It's $LibLoudmouth or at LibLoudmouth, respectively. And you can, support creators like me, if you want us to continue, because, it's work. It takes a lot to get all this shit organized or whatever. So if you want to help out, buy me some coffee, I'd appreciate it. Or, finish the gloves. Okay, Benjamin, you came back. Yeah, did
Yes.
you I forgot what I was going to ask if you had seen. Oh yeah, the Pam Bondi thing. What are your thoughts on that? Or being registered, registering as a foreign lobbyist.
I caught the ass into that. I'm gonna have to look into that whenever we get off to fully understand. Unless you want to tell me about it,
Well,
you'll
I'm gonna pull it
definitely
back
explain
up
it
here.
better.
Yeah, I'll just pull it
Yeah.
back up here. It's the I guess Laura Loomer had posted this document. It's Ballard Partners. She was with Ballard Partners, and they partnered with the Embassy of the State of Qatar, the same one that gave Donald Trump the plane. And then, it's cut off here because of the way I've got it cropped. But Miss Pam Bondi, Mr. James Rubin, key personnel, got paid $115,000 a month. Now, that contract ended in 2020, but it's just interesting that Pam Bondi, the now Attorney General, was lobbying on behalf of Qatar, and now we have this great relations with Qatar all of a sudden. We're getting planes from them.
Yeah.
Now they're sending money, the proceeds from the Venezuelan oil that we stole. Now they're sending that to Qatari banks.
Yeah,
And
it's
remember,
super strange.
Trump is the one. Even though we've been friendly-ish with Qatar, it was Trump during his first administration where the relationship started to build even more than it was before, and where they really made. And I'm going to say it figuratively speaking, made them relevant in U.S. politics was during Trump's first administration.
Yeah, it's
Which
strange. I'll give you that for sure. It's kind of fucked up how, but I will say this. I think it just goes to, uh, like these
thank you,
people are
Kimberly.
connected way more than what we like to think about, unfortunately. Like we live in two separate worlds, and they're definitely different. I did want to say something real quick on the whole ICE thing. What I think would help and the way it could have gone and maybe made things a lot easier is if the if Trump's if they were able to get together and say, hey, we're coming to your city, these are the people that we're after, and work with the local law enforcement there, right? But we started off on a bad foot because the cities automatically said we're going to be sanctuary cities. F Trump, don't worry about it. We'll hide you here. So everybody started off on the wrong foot. Now that is saying it's hard to do anything with Trump because he wants to feel like a king, right? But sometimes you got to kill people with kindness. And I know it's like we don't want to bow or bend the knee, whatever we say. But gosh damn, what if somebody just went to Trump and said, look, man, I tell you what, let's meet in the middle. Give us a list of who you're after. We'll work the crowds, right? Because we're able to, we're trained to. That'll build trust with the rioters, and you come do your job. What you're actually here for, and let's see if we can't meet in the middle. And nobody's willing to do that. And so
That
it's
is
kind of
that's because Benjamin, Donald, and I am not a Democrat. Donald Trump has labeled all Democrats his enemy, and he is on a retribution tour where he is trying to punish all Democrats. You literally voted a narcissist with mommy issues that uses his power to literally try to take out anyone who's ever said anything wrong to him. And that is what he is doing. There is no meeting a common ground here. Period. Like, I don't
Yeah,
understand. Like,
it's
y'all need to break this fog of this God that y'all serve, and you need to see things for what it is. If Biden was doing this shit, there'll be protesters in the street. Obama, Clinton, hell, Jesus, anyone with any decency would absolutely be outraged as what is going on, not trying to pacify the dictator in chief.
right. I
yeah,
hear you, Aaron.
and
I'm not. Sorry, go ahead.
well, I was just going to say, because earlier you had made a comment. I actually had recorded a video response to your comment, but then the show, I had to start the show and I got sidetracked, so I ended up just deleting it. But like, there's no like both sides here. Donald Trump, to Aaron's point, ran on division. He literally ran on it. He ran on those other people. They're our enemies. He said these things. And so this pipe dream of like we need to work together in kumbaya. We
Right.
can't
No,
because
I
he
think
doesn't.
that's over.
Yeah, he doesn't want that. But see, this is where we don't have parties anymore. Left and the right is gone. It's them versus the rest of us. And we've got to start realizing that. And we can't hold on anymore to the old guard and the old way of politics because that's done. It's over with. We've got
Yeah, I
people
think
who
we're in a new
have
era.
power, money, and control us against everybody else. And we've got to remove our consent for these people. And that's where we're at, in my opinion. That's just the way I see it.
I agree, and I think that part of the problem too was he is on a revenge tour, and he's going to get whatever he can before he leaves office. The problem is, whenever Biden was in office, there were Democrats doing the same thing, mocking him because they
Where?
never thought
Where?
that he could
Where?
never get back in office. I will tell you,
Where?
Aaron, I had hatred in my heart when Biden was in office. I never thought we were going to
Why?
get through that. It
Why?
has since. Well, hold
Why
on.
did you have hatred in your heart? Like
Well-
that's between you and Jesus.
Well,
Why
okay,
did you
I
have?
will
Listen,
tell you.
you reconcile
I'll
that
tell
between
you.
you and
Well,
Jesus.
yeah, let him.
Why did you hate Biden?
I'll tell you. I hated the fact that I don't even know if I hated Biden as much as I hated the fact that the Democrats, I'm not going to say you, the Democrats were not.
We lost you, Benjamin.
We're all talking about those certain ones, right? That are the problem. When he was in office, there were people, literally the news, trying to make us believe that he was coherent. He was all there, and he wasn't.
Pause. Wait, pause. So you're mad at Biden because of conspiracy theory that he was not there, even though his policies did. And this is what I'm talking about: rhetoric versus reality. But Joe, there has never been anyone that said he was not fit to serve office. Once he started running for a second term, that is where, yes, absolutely, he was old as Methuselah. Running and campaigning for being president and being president is two different things. He was too old to be on the campaign trail, bouncing back, doing all this and running the country. Yes, but his policies did not hurt America. It helped America. In fact, his policies are being studied globally when the next Ponderosa happens, what to do to make sure your government and your economy does not fail. That's factual.
Yeah, but Aaron, I will tell you though, there was a reason.
Thank you, Kimberly. Holy shit!
Oh, nice.
Now, real quick, I got to give a shout out, Jesse. Thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, go ahead.
Right on. I just, Aaron, there were people that never saw Trump ever getting back in, and he did. And so they sparked a fire with the guy that, yeah, he is going to get his revenge tour, and he's going to do that. And unfortunately, we're all going to pay for that for the next 3 years.
You want to know how Trump got back in? And this is going to be hard for me to tell you, but I need you to hold on to your britches.
Well, let me pick him up real quick.
Okay.
There we go.
Donald Trump ran on the hatred of white supremacy that is ingrained in this country. It's ingrained in otherizing. It's ingrained of blaming brown people for your problems. The brown people are the reason why you don't have a good job. The brown people is the reason why everything is so expensive. The brown people is because you can't get the house that you want. Look at them coming over here and look at them. They got the nice houses. They got the nice cars because they're working, right? But because white supremacy and diversity and you seeing brown people with things that you dream of, he ran on that. And y'all picked it up and y'all didn't blame the capitalists, the unfettered capitalists, the corporations, which is the reason why your wages aren't going up. It's the reason why your taxes are going up. It's the reason why you're being priced out of the market. That's not the brown people. That is greed and corporate greed that the Democrats were fighting all 4 years they were under Biden. Not far enough for me. That is what he ran on. He literally quoted Schmittler on the campaign trail, and y'all said, yes, I love it. Get them coloreds out of here.
Yeah, but see, I'll say this. I wouldn't say y'all because that's not at all what I wanted. Because when I lived in Texas, I worked hand in hand with those guys for 20 years. We all made money together. We all drank beer together. We all hung out. If there was one taco on that job site, all of us were eating, right? I can appreciate all that. It was the people that came over unvetted that were the gangbangers, murderers, or the smurderers, and all that.
Guess what? That wasn't happening. Guess what? That wasn't happening. You know why? You know why that wasn't happening, especially under Biden?
They're here.
Donald Trump is working from a list of people.
Most American citizens are doing that.
Right, exactly. But hold on, I'm going to meet him at his ill point, right?
They are doing that, but they already live here.
Wasn't happening, Benjamin.
So I can't it's bad enough with Benjamin's background noise. It's worse when people are interrupting him when he's talking and when he's still going. I can't hear everybody. So this back and forth has gone on for a minute, but we do have new panelists that I'd like to get to. So let's wrap this up real quick, and then we can get over to Chip and Truth Seeker. So go ahead and finish up. You two. A couple of minutes between the both of you, and then let's move on. I appreciate it, though, guys.
Yeah. Absolutely. But
So,
Benjamin,
I'm listening.
sorry, go ahead. You go first, and I'll go after you.
Well, I'm listening. I'll end with this. The fact of the matter is I remember what I felt, and I could see what you're saying. That wasn't what I felt, but I'm sure that's what a lot of people felt, and why a lot of people voted that. But uh, the fact of the matter is we're both at a place that, like the liberal said, that it's not about either party anymore. It's about us versus them, and that's it. And we're gonna have to find a way to work together to move forward.
Okay, so number one, Joe Biden was not letting in criminals. The people who Joe Biden let in were vetted, right? How do we know that? Because Donald Trump is working from a list. If they weren't vetted, we didn't know who they are. Donald Trump wouldn't know what apartments to go to, what schools to go to, right? Because that's where it started. It's targeted. Now, because they realized the people they were targeting were here legally, what is Donald Trump doing? He's revoking their legal status to make them illegal so that they can deport them. That is something you're going to have to reconcile. Number two, the economy was doing great under Joe Biden. Cost of living sucked butt. And cost of living sucked butt was because of what I mentioned earlier. So you, unfortunately, were victim to propaganda. And your propaganda made you angry. That is why you had hatred in your heart. Because propaganda is to incite you. It's to make you angry. It's to make you, yeah, get him out of here. I want the opposite. And you're realizing you're voting to make your life difficult. That is the goal and the effect of propaganda. So in this in where we are now, whatever your news sources were during the Biden administration, you need to trash them. And you need to expand your horizon and actually look at the policies, look at the implications of what you're voting for, so we can come back. Because I'm sorry, I'm not going to ever find common ground with someone who's literally targeting a state in Minnesota because of fraud that the ringleader was a white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman,
Amy
and now
Bach.
you are targeting Somalian.
Right. That's
But
funny.
just be careful, and I'll rebut with 2 seconds. That propaganda works both ways, so just be very careful, because the same thing that you're saying about me, we're now saying about y'all with this propaganda of protesters and all the above. So
I'm
it
not.
works.
That's why I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent
yeah,
policy voter because I
like I
don't fall for propaganda.
Me too. I'm independent now.
like I said,
Cronyism.
like I said, the left and the right has to just disappear, because we need each other now more than we've ever needed for a long time, and to fight these people. But to the point of propaganda, to Aaron's point, let me just show you something, Benjamin, that you probably, I know that you're not a Trump supporter now, I get that, but you probably wouldn't have caught this, and you would have believed that Donald Trump did this great and wonderful thing. But I'll show you this picture. It says Seattle Rail Yard Modernization, President Donald J. Trump, right? Rebuilding America's infrastructure. Except Donald Trump didn't do that. Joe Biden did that. And Donald Trump slapped his goddamn name on it. Now, had we not known that, it literally says Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act. This is Biden. This is during Biden's year. This is a bipartisan bill that Biden got through. And this motherfucker, you know, you talk about how Biden was so old and he was decrepit and all this, yet he was still doing something that was so good that even Donald Trump wants to try and take credit for. So that kind of subtle propaganda, you got to watch out for, because it fucking happens all the time. And Donald Trump is a master at this. He really is good at that. It's kind of, you know, it's clever, but it's shitty. Anyway, Chip, welcome in, man. Good to see you. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, I just want to address the banner. I think it's a great topic, and I think it's the biggest concern we should be having right now. We know that Donald Trump is probably the least likely president to go by historical norms. And most presidents feel some sense of history and boundaries, like, well, I shouldn't do this because this is just not, you know, he doesn't have that, doesn't seem to have that in his toolkit. He's pretty much, I'm going to do what I want. It's a lot of irrational sort of quick thinking and behavior. And I don't think it's out of the question that he would mobilize both the federal military as well as state National Guards in order to go after whatever objectives he wants. This is a legitimate concern, by the way, which could bring up a huge constitutional crisis, because if you have a lot of people in the local National Guard are members of the community, they're the very people that are not too happy about what's happening right now. And this is just the kind of thing that is just going to create more turmoil, in my view. And I think we have to be careful, because if people decide to start taking matters into their own hands, I'm not saying it isn't justified, because I'm not even there dealing with it. None of my friends and family and community are being harassed, tackled, whatever, that are citizens that are getting caught up in this. Innocent people that are literally just standing 50 feet away and just filming are being attacked by police. I think this is a huge problem. I think that right now, this is a very dangerous time, and we have to really think through what we're going to do about it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chip. I actually played that video this morning of those fucking idiots ripping that safe out of the back of the car. Did you see that? That ICE car? They basically looted it and stole the shit out of it.
No.
Pretty wild stuff. I mean, matter of fact, let me go ahead and just play it. I'll have to skip through because it's quite a long video. But this shit here is not helpful at all. This serves no earthly purpose, and it gives him excuse to do what he wanted to do anyway, which is declare an insurrection, to do exactly what you just said. So let me get to, I think it was around 7 minutes. This is an ICE vehicle. I believe it was the vehicle of the guy that shot that Venezuelan. They tie that shit up. You can see these load straps here. They tie the load straps on and then give it a heave-ho here. Let me get through this here. I mean, just crazy shit. I mean, you can see the level of... And this is a safe that within it, and unfortunately in this clip it doesn't have it, but you can see them they're trying to break into it here.
Back up on everybody.
Right, and then within it they find paperwork, they find an FBI rifle, they find FBI like challenge coins and shit, and they end up taking that stuff. And this, this doesn't look good. People need to stop doing this stuff. I mean, I guess it's kind of funny, but damn.
I mean, them doing that was just as bad as them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's as bad, but I mean, it's the same, it's going to lead to the same outcome, which is what Donald Trump wants. And to be honest, I think they left the vehicle there on purpose. I think they baited them.
It's basically an unforced error is what it comes down to. And I think people have to think, like I said, think very carefully, because in many cases we're actually giving, by letting our emotions overwhelm us, which is normal, by the way. But
it is.
If we let our emotions overwhelm us and we respond in ways that we think are acceptable, the president, unfortunately, under the Insurrection Act of 1807, does have the authority, not unlimited, but does have very immediate authority, much like the use of military force abroad, to nationalize all of the National Guard troops nationwide if he wanted to. He can make that argument, and it's impossible for Congress to stop him in the short term.
Right, and the U.S. military. And there's no time constraints on it. And this is something that we are going to have to address as a nation. We've got to rewrite that shit, because it is something that I believe is necessary and useful to be able to, for the president to do something like that, to quell shit. But it's so fucking old. Like, this was so long ago. It doesn't fit in modern times, yet here we are. He's going to use it. And I think he's going to use it. I think it'll happen probably within a week. But, hopefully I'm wrong. But I think you share my concern too, Chip, which is, or I share your concern, whichever. But thank you. Truth Seeker, did you want to weigh in? Go ahead, man.
Hi, Liberal Llama. Thanks for having me on your panel. First time being here. Interesting lives as always. Yeah, it's a bit concerning. From the outside, it just looked like America's gone out of control, to be honest. When it's coming from having, people such as ICE just arresting people, not only that, American citizens. I mean, it's just shocking. And my big question is, ICE is targeting, like, it's literally a job what they're doing, right? So if they are told that they have to arrest illegal immigrants and do what they need to do, what if it's changed to another target, which is basically anyone that's talking out about the current government? That's the big question I think you guys should ask yourself. Today, it's illegal immigrants, which is the most vulnerable. And then tomorrow, if there's a revolution and it's said that, you know, people that are talking against Trump, that's going against him, as seen as a national security, and they start arresting American citizens and saying that due to national security, we need to get rid of anyone that's going against Trump or Trump policies. I mean, it's a literal danger. People don't understand when something like this happens, which is illegal and it's meant to be normalized, then they go one up. And I think the next one will be who's next. I think that's what Americans should ask themselves. Once they've done illegal immigrants, who are they going to target next of the vulnerable?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that raises a great point. Anybody want to respond to that before I get to Corey, the newest panelist?
I'll respond to that.
Go ahead.
So, give me a minute to. I mean, at this point, just arrest me. Like, I don't want to be arrested, but still arrest me because I'm willing to create a militia. But if you wanted to join, you got to keep your emotions in check. We don't want to, you know, loot and do all that crap. That's out of the line. So, yeah.
You're all about that militia, ain't you?
Yeah, I am. You know, a well-regulated militia is what needs to happen using our second constitutional right. That's about it.
Yeah, you
Can
got
I share
20...
that point I made a couple days ago, Tim, real quick?
Please. Yeah, go ahead, man.
So I'm not going to speak for anybody but myself, but I would say that I would much rather, I'm a 58-year-old military veteran. I fought in a war. I know what violence is. It's rough. It's bad. I would much rather, if I had the choice, organize my fellow countrymen left, right, middle, up, down, doesn't matter. It's like Tim said earlier, it's mostly the wealthy class against the working class and the poor. That's really where we are right now. It's an oligarchy, a corporate oligarchy, and a national security state wrapped up into this war machine. It's ugly, and it's going to get worse. We also have an empire that's in late stage capitalism, and there's no good signs on the horizon that that's going to get better. I would much rather not click a mouse or not tap my screen, which is a financial non-remittance, much like a boycott campaign. Just like within a company, you can withhold your labor. I believe we need to withhold our labor and our monetary remittances across the spectrum, whether it's boycotting corporate goods other than essentials, working together as a community to backstop each other, which is called mutual aid, and starve the beast. We need to put a wrench in the gears of this machine. Otherwise, the machine has our implicit support. If we continue to do the things we do, which is play by the rules, they continue with the game because we give them the lifeblood of their game comes from us participating.
Yeah, but make sure you still click on my show and gift. Just kidding.
Of course, that goes without saying.
But no, I agree, Chip. It's our biggest and greatest leverage. It really is. The economic tool. But that I think people are they don't want to get out of their comfort zones. I think that's the problem. They don't want to be without the credit card. They don't want to, not participate in some ways in consumerism because it's been ingrained in us from birth. I mean,
and let's face it is convenient to do some of the things like shop on Amazon. I've done it. I do it. I'm not pointing fingers. I am saying, though, that in any change in life, and I always use weight loss because it's a pain, it's difficult. But we all know from experience that if we do the same stuff, but we expect a different result, we're not going to get the result. So obviously losing weight is a pretty simple math. You have to eat differently and you got to move more. And two things that most of us don't want to do unless we have to. Similarly, in terms of our comfort and our convenience and the things that we do get from the system, at least for now, those are things we're going to have to at least be willing to sacrifice, if not more. And I think the average person, I think things are going to have to get more difficult for more people for them to move out of that zone that they're currently in. That's normally what motivates people is austerity and difficulty and challenge. And when the perceived threat against your safety and your economic stability seems less than your current set of circumstances, that's when you get involved. That's when the average person gets involved.
Yeah. And, and I think a lot of the a lack of collectivism here where, like me, for example, I didn't participate in Christmas. I didn't participate in Thanksgiving. I don't buy anything that's not necessary right now. But it feels like I'm the only one doing those things, right? And so if you're checking out individually from the economy, does feel like it's an isolated thing, right? So there's no big, huge growth to where you're a part of a group doing it. And we need that to kind of catapult this thing into a movement rather than just an individual action, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense? Because I think it'll be more likely that people will withdraw themselves if they believe they're part of a movement rather than I'm just going to do it on principle. You know,
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I'm not going to do this to pull this person out. Just as an example, though, there's a lady that was on here yesterday. Her name rhymes with oativity. And she's always banging the left-right drum, pointing the finger across at MAGA being crazy. Here's the thing that Jimmy Dore, the comedian / commentator, talks about. Our neighbors are not our enemy. Our enemies are those who are taking advantage of this false left-right divide. And there are some differences between the two sides in terms of philosophy. But in terms of what we share together, we have way more in common as people being exploited than those who are doing the exploiting. So we have to realize that one reality. It's like in a company. Again, the companies are a great example, and I'll close with this. If you're going to go on strike because your company's not sharing the wealth or they're screwing you over, you don't go down to the water cooler and say, oh, you voted for Trump, you can't be a part of the strike, or you voted for Biden. No, you say, you know what, we don't agree on some things. Who cares? Let's deal with the big problem first, and then we can iron out the other differences once we've tackled that beast. We'll all be better off. We'll have a better life. We'll have better benefits and pay, whatever. But because of this device, by the way, this is purposeful. We have different TV networks that cater to one or the other. That's not by accident. That's on purpose to keep us divided.
No. Yeah, no. Well, in defense of Poetivity, she is also irritated by all the shit that she sees, and I understand that. I understand even MAGA still being that way. And so it's, I'm not going to be upset with somebody for having those positions because I fucking get it. Even hell, probably 10 years ago, I was like that. But I haven't been, left versus right in a long time. But Aaron, I see your hand up, and then I'm going to get to Corey.
I'm trying to be better.
No, I appreciate
it. ADHD, I'm like, go squirrel.
Is that her Elon Musk impersonation?
Absolutely not. There's a black woman raising her hand.
That's funny.
While it sounds good what you just said, there are things that are non-negotiable, and racism is one of them. It shall not be tolerated. So when I ask someone who they voted for, you voted strictly on racism because Donald Trump did not run on not one policy. He ran on an anti-brown people campaign, and you resonated with it. So that is why it is important for me to know who you voted for, because I am not safe with you. You do not support me or people who look like me or have a little bit lighter melanin than me. It is that deep. It is that serious. You voted for policies pre-1964 Civil Rights Act, which did not allow brown people to have rights in this country. So no, it's not a left versus right thing. It's a do you believe brown people should exist thing. And if you voted for Trump, you said, no, I don't. And then you tried to rationalize why you voted the way you voted, but it wasn't based on policy. It was based on rhetoric. It was based on what people who have had the worst things happen to them heard right before they were unalived. So, and we have to level set that is the basis of that question.
I mean, I think it's fair for people to have a line that they draw with people, but again, that is, I think Chip is even talking about a broader scope than that. But I understand what you're saying.
No, yes, absolutely. There's all the other stuff. Yes, we can get to there, but the base level is the racism. And
can I respond to that when she's
finished? The argument, especially when I come against leftists, I be getting, getting down and dirty with them. They're like, let's deal with capitalism first, and then we'll get to the racism. Capitalism is fueled by racism. It's fueled by classism. All of that is fueling the bigger machine. And so
It is
we're,
a
we're putting
tool.
the cart before the horse, in my opinion, and what I see and what I feel and what I've experienced.
Is it okay if I respond to that just briefly?
Yeah, no, please.
Okay, I'm a white man. Obviously, I've not walked in the shoes of anybody who's experienced that type of mistreatment, so I don't want to dismiss any of it. That's not fair for me to do. I do want to say this though. I'm a very pragmatic person. I'm very data and math oriented person. So while we should acknowledge the importance of that issue because obviously it's blatantly unfair and inhumane to do that to people. This society has demographic makeups. It's numbers. So about 13% of the population, 13 out of every 100 people in our country are African American. That's just statistics. If you ask the average American, not somebody from one demographic or the other, just the average American walking down the street, where that issue fits into their lived experience and how they currently feel about that issue, not to minimize how some feel about it. It's not high in their thinking. It just doesn't, for them, it's not part of their day-to-day experience. You may say that's unfair or they have privilege, fair enough. But what I'm trying to emphasize is this. If we have litmus tests that are overly broad and say, well, you voted for Trump, not even knowing what in that person's individual feelings, we're assuming if we take what you said to be accurate, that they're automatically fitting into a category of being negative towards one group or the other. I don't necessarily sense that. I know a lot of people who voted for Trump, and I've never heard one of them say a mean thing about black people ever in my life. I hope they don't think that, but they haven't said anything publicly. But I'm just saying, out of pure pragmatism, if you're working for a company and you want better wages, and the only way to do it is to come together and strike in the company. But let's say you have a group of people across the hall and they've done some stupid shit in terms of their beliefs. And you say, well, I just can't work with that person because my minimum is A. And they don't pass A, so therefore I can't. Well, you're never going to beat the company. The company's going to win because of the divisive nature of it. Pragmatism and politics makes strange bedfellows. Anybody can look this up, and I'll finish. Fred Hampton, who was in the Black Panthers back in the 60s, he was assassinated. The reason he was assassinated is because he started organizing a cross-racial divide. He started organizing with poor white working class people, and that really was a threat to the establishment. So again, Fred Hampton got it. Again, he didn't like racism. I'm sure he hated the fact that dominant society and capitalism puts his people at a huge disadvantage, and also the prevailing social attitudes are repugnant. I agree with all that. But he saw past that to the greater good. It's the lesser of the two evils is that. The greater of the evils is the exploitation of the capital class, the ownership class.
Incorrect. Fred Hammond was assassinated because white supremacists turned a black person and who turned him in and gave him and rugged him and rendered him incapacitated so that they could unalive him and his pregnant wife and his offspring. That's what happened. So again, the root of that is black people getting their rights, getting power, equaling the playing field. Look, I mean, like, I understand what you're saying, right? And I'm not saying, because the way that white supremacy works, it is not, people think white supremacy is calling people the N-word, being outwardly, vocally against people of color. That's what people think when you say the word white supremacy. No, white supremacy is going into bank denying overqualified black people all that they would be eligible for when it comes to home loans, relegating them to a certain neighborhood. And in that certain neighborhood, because of property taxes, they're not able to build better schools. They're not able to get sidewalks. They're not able to get real investment into those communities. That is white supremacy. All of this tied into the economic system, yes, absolutely. But the root issue is racism and exploitation. And guess what? That exploitation starts with people of color. Then it goes to women. Look at what's happening right now for those who vote for Donald Trump. Y'all voted to get rid of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Why? Because white men were losing their hold on the power, because when you had policies that mandated you consider other races, they were being beat out by jobs. They were being beat out by admissions into college. They were not the go-to standard anymore, which is what this system of America was built on, the standard of white males especially land owning males. And when you diversified your candidate pool, they were losing out and they plumb lost their ever loving mind. And now they're saying the quiet part out and out loud. That's why 500,000 black women lost their jobs last year, because the threat of diversity threatens white supremacy. And if you attack white supremacy and you dismantle the systems and the privilege that it gives people of the Caucasoid persuasion, you then will be able to rectify the rest of the systems, because that exploitation will not be allowed, because people of color, women, people with disabilities, veterans, all of these marginalized groups will have places of power to make sure that they're changing the system from within.
Okay. Now, Truth Seeker, I know you had wanted to respond at some point as well. I'm actually pulling up a COINTELPRO document as we speak relating to Hampton and what the FBI was actually doing, to Chip's point. But go ahead, Truth.
I have a different point of view. I don't think people only voted for Trump because of, the racism. I'm sure there are a few people, but I think people were just living paycheck to paycheck, and people were financially struggling and just looking for another way out. They basically were saying, look, under this, it's getting worse. And also don't forget what Trump also sold, that under his presidency, there were no wars. So there was a lot of wars going on in Ukraine. There was a war going on, or a G-side in Gaza, and a lot of people voted on that premises that he said he can literally have the title during his presidency. There was no wars. So that's another thing that he sold. Biden did make a few mistakes, but I think what we need to look at is that your whole political system is not controlled because of racism. It's controlled by a certain, shall I say, classes and people, which literally is making laws in your country right now, who's literally saying you need to send us so much of your tax dollars. I think that's something more that should be looked at, whether you vote in Camilla or whether you vote in Trump. For me, when I look at Trump or Camilla, it's more like a t-shirt. One is on the front and one is on the back. It's still the same t-shirt. The whole political system that you have has the interests of another country. You can burn an American flag, but you can't burn an Israeli flag. For me, as a person from another country, I think that's preposterous. Your voice of freedom is being literally said by another country. Your veterans are living on the street while you literally pumping tax dollars into another country and having no health care. For me, this is more of a bigger problem. How can someone with an ITF uniform walk into Congress and say, you know what, I'm going to walk out with so much thousands, and what you're going to do about it? And then not only that, the fact that you went into Iraq on Israeli intelligence and literally did so, and your own soldiers unalived millions of Iraqis. And at the end of the day, we just overlook that. The fact that another country is literally going to be sending you into another war with Iran, where your own kids and children will be literally sent to war, which for me is crazy, fighting someone else's war and then using your own tax dollars to do that as well. It's just saddens me that. And not only that, ICE agents also get training from the ITF, which is really alarming. And the fact that you have a system where classism, I think classism is more of an important problem, because I can tell you, when a person that is black is on the high spectrum of a big corporation, he won't get treated like someone from the ghetto. He won't be taken out by police officers, because if that happens, he'll have a whole legal lawsuit. So I think classism is a problem. I think the laws or the political system that you have, no matter who you put in power, is going to get dirty, and they will be told by a certain people what to do. So I think the question you guys need to ask yourself is who is controlling our system? Who's really pulling the strings? Because I don't think Camilla or Trump, I don't think whoever you put in that front line really makes a difference. I think it's the person that's holding the string. I just think they are Muppet, and the person that's holding the strings is much higher than what you guys understand. And it's just I think what you need to look at is literally why you have APAC, why you have a Jewish lobby that controls your laws. I think that's something that's really serious and worrying, looking from the outside in, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree on what she said.
Now, Corey, you haven't spoken yet. Please go ahead, man.
Yeah, I don't. We kind of got on a different topic. I kind of agree with that guess. Um, there is racism. I believe that anybody can be racist. If you discriminate people for their color, it doesn't matter what color you are. You're racist. And but at the our government's not ran by that. Our government's the only color that these corporations care about is green. They don't care about no other color. And if you think otherwise, you're delusional. But what I was talking about, what I wanted to come up about is that video of them pulling that out of that car. I really believe that it was a setup because if you do stuff like that, if he can show that the protesters are doing this and they're lawless and all this, well, that's just fueling him. It's not helping their case; it's helping him. And I think it was a setup. That's all. That's what I was coming up to talk about that video.
With the safe in the back of the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. They left that car there like that. They know what's going to happen. When people's upset and rioting and whatever, they know what's going to happen. It's on purpose.
Well, then let me ask you that. If let's assume for the moment that the government left the car there for the purpose of baiting people to go in there and do that in order to give them justification to, escalate. That's, I assume, why they would do that. If they do then escalate via the Insurrection Act, would you then be in favor of that or opposed to it, Corey?
Oh, I'm totally opposed of it. He's losing the argument right now because of that. The American people, the average American people, I think it was like, they just did a poll. It was like 69% are against it. And like over like 60% of independents are against this. I voted for Donald Trump to get the border under control, but I did not vote for him to do what he's doing right now. And a lot of I come from a conservative circle, and every one of us feel the same way. We did not vote for this. It was supposed to be the criminals and stuff. And there's other things like the sanctuary cities not cooperating with ICE that have prisoners that are undocumented, that are in, I think they need to cooperate, to get them out of there. And for them not to cooperate, I don't think that's right either. But, what he's doing right now, when anytime like that car's set up, and there's other setups too, that it's just fueling the fire. And if I don't know what to do, I'm like at a loss because he's just going to keep on going forward with this. And it's totally against our American values of accosting somebody walking down the street for their papers and stuff like that. That is crazy.
It is crazy. And
but
the fact
he
that
told you he was going to do this. He said it out of his mouth. He said it on his website, those 47, Agenda 47. He told you he was going to do this. Even if you listen to the opposition.
Thank you, Hawk.
The opposition told you he was going to do this. So I am befuddled. I am confusion. Because I don't understand how you didn't know this is what you were voting for when he literally said he was bringing back racial profiling. He literally said he was going after going to do all these things. He said it. He said he was going to be a dictator day one. He said he only needed you to vote one more time.
But that's you see, you're fueling the fire because you're taking that out of context. He said he was going to be a dictator. Yes, it is. He said he was going to be a dictator on the economy. See,
No.
When you say stuff like that, you're just making his argument better. Yes, it did. Pull up the quote.
Because he did not say that about the economy. He said, "I'm going to be a dictator day one," and he was talking
for
about
the oil markets. For the oil markets.
And see, this is the problem where, look, he lied to them. He lied to people. He lied. And the fact of the matter is that some people bought it, just like that picture I just shown where he put his name on something that Biden did. And this is
Yes,
what he
and
did.
he
So
was
I like
against that
I'm
bill.
like, yes,
He was
Aaron,
avidly against that bill.
Aaron, you and I dug into all of this stuff that he was doing. We knew it. We knew what he was doing, but that doesn't mean that they all knew what he was doing. You know what I mean? Not everybody is like as in depth in that stuff as maybe we are. And so, you know, or they thought that he was just trolling them. A lot of people thought he was just, you know, when he said those things, he just did it to jab at them.
Exactly.
You know,
like
and
a lot
so-
of his stuff is bombastic. He does it to get a rise out of the left.
And this is something that I hear all the time. Now, I'm not saying that it's okay that they, you know, that they believed it or whatever, but I'm like, we're here now. You know, and Corey's now has turned, and you know, I got to say I appreciate that. So you know, I'm not sure how helpful it is to. I mean, I understand your point.
Helpful. Right? Yeah. The reason why I think it's helpful, and like, I'm not going to bash people over the head, like if you're turning tail or whatever. But when you say things like "we didn't know," but even if you didn't do any research, you did know. You just didn't think it was going to affect you in the way that it is. You didn't think that when he said that he was going to deploy troops into the streets, that it was going to have this effect. Because I guess you thought everyone was just going to just comply or whatever. But there's for those who keep trying to say that, you did know, right? Now we're here. So now we've got to work together to see how we can fix this thing, right? But the reason why it's important for them to realize how you fell for this is to point it out. You did know, you just ignored it. And that is why whenever I hear that, I correct that statement. Now and then we can move on. But you cannot obfuscate your responsibility of getting us here when you voted for this. You were warned about this, even if you didn't dive into it. You were warned about this. And even people in his first administration said he tried to do it in his first administration, but they stopped him, right? So that's water under the bridge, but it's important water under the bridge that we need to level set with. And now hopefully they will see that instead of demonizing and just calling Democrats, which I'm not one, just devils and all this stuff, and vice versa, liberals, instead of calling all Republicans demons and all this stuff, you need to pay attention to the policies. Because if you paid attention to the policies, we would not be here. Because it would be propaganda cannot can't affect policies.
But there's propaganda on both sides, though.
I just said that.
Of course there
I
is.
just said that.
And for you, do you agree that the border was out of control under the Biden administration?
Not.
See, there you go. There you go. Right there.
The reason why we know the border was not out of control is because they were following the laws that were on the books. The Democrats tried to fix the law that was on the books, and Donald Trump said, "No, I don't want them to get a win. Do not vote for it." Even though it was the Republican bill.
The American people seen it.
Hold on. Because if the border was out of control, Donald Trump wouldn't be working from a list. He wouldn't be revoking people's legal status of being here.
Do you think that he got elected because of the border issue? And partly,
no, he got elected because of racism in this country.
Oh, well, then, if you think 77 million people are racist, I mean, that's your issue, not the American people.
No, because that's why you're regretting your vote right now.
Oh, I regret my vote because
this is why I say you pay attention to policy. And the reason why is because I don't regret my vote, because I paid attention to policies. I paid attention to the economy. I paid attention to what was actually happening factually with the immigration system and the solutions that were put in place. Donald Trump did not give you not one policy. He ran on fear-mongering, he ran on rhetoric, and he absolutely lied about what he was going to do day one.
The numbers don't lie, and our eyes don't lie when we see that.
Then the reason why your eyes lie, do you think the border's closed?
Yes, it is.
It's not. Then why can you go to cbp.gov right now and check the wait times at the borders?
How many people?
Why
How many
did the
people?
Trump administration stop reporting
How
the
many
numbers at the
people?
southern border?
How many people are getting admitted right now?
We don't know because the Trump administration doesn't report those numbers anymore. They report nationwide encounters. Joe Biden and the Democrats, they reported nationwide encounters and encounters and admittance at the southern border. The Trump administration is not reporting that. If you go to cbp.gov, that graph says 0.
Oh,
Which
so how
means,
many
hold on,
admittances
Corey.
did?
I know
How
you're
many
triggered right.
admittances
I
did
know
they
you're
do?
triggered right now, but I need you to listen to this and
You're
take in
wrong.
what I'm saying.
You're
I
wrong.
need you to listen and take in what I'm saying. If you go to cbp.gov, it talks about nationwide encounters. It does
Yes.
not talk about nationwide encounters and admittance like the Biden administration was admitting. When you go to the pictures, the graphs, it goes and it shows like 50,000 to 0. But at the same time, on that same website, you can go and check the wait times at checkpoints at the southern border. That's propaganda you are falling for because you're not doing the research.
How many encounters under Biden?
Encounters were like, what, 8 million?
And how many expected gotaways?
1 million.
1.3.
Yeah. What's your
So,
point?
but there wasn't a problem.
Okay,
Well, you're saying there was no
let me meet you at your
problem.
point, Corey. Are you and I having an encounter or am I admitting you into my home?
Okay,
Answer the question, please.
Well, do you have any data that the encounters that the people got turned away? That the 8 million people got turned away?
The reason why you know that is because you would know how.
Well, you said that there's no data there.
Corey, you've got to slow down, sweetie. I know you're agitated, but you've got to hear the answer to the questions you're asking.
Okay.
Encounters does not mean admittance.
Oh, I know it doesn't.
There's a different number.
That's people that got encountered by the agencies.
There is a different number for encounters. There's a different number for admittance. There's a different number for gotaways, and there's a different number.
And what is the point?
Deportation.
We can dig into the number of ants that were crossing at the same time as immigrants. What is the point?
Corey thinks that 8 million people were admitted into this country.
Well, you think none did.
I didn't say that.
You said there was no problem under the last administration. They did it perfect.
I did not say that.
Yeah, she didn't say
what are you
that.
saying?
I did not. Again, that's why I said I know you're triggered.
I said, was there a problem? And you said no, there was no problem.
There was not a problem because they were following the laws that were on the books.
Well, he got elected because of that problem that you don't think existed.
You've got to listen to the answer.
Okay.
Seriously.
Well, I'm not sure how helpful or fruitful this conversation is going to be. We're arguing about why somebody voted for Donald Trump, and I feel like we've had these conversations 1,000 times.
I regret my vote. Just to let you know, I regret my vote.
I know you do.
But I'm not blind to the fact, Positivity says the same thing. There was no problem. I don't know why they voted for. I don't know why they had a problem with their TV when thousands was coming over the border and you can see it. I like that. Your eyes didn't see what they seen. But the American people did not agree with that.
There's also context to that.
There is. There is.
It wasn't just like a Biden's like, please come to the United States, all of you, all at once. Let's do it, please. He even told them not to come.
But to say there was no problem is just the same as the hyperbolic. He just opened borders
Hyperbole.
or whatever.
I'm going to play in the hyperbole.
If there was a problem, then can you please let me know the legislation that the Republicans who hold both houses of Congress have passed to fix the border issues and the immigration holes?
None, and they're not going to. They're not going to. The Democrats and Republicans both are going to use it for a wedge issue. You know that.
No,
again, Republicans do on that one.
Yes.
Well, where was the bill that Democrats put forward?
The Langford bill was the Republican fix for the border issues, a standalone bill. And Donald Trump played politics and unalived that bill because they did not want Democrats to actually win and fix an issue. Republicans are great at campaigning.
Yes, they wanted to use it.
But they're piss poor at governing. That is why there's no solutions for anything. Whether you like them or not, whether they go far enough or not, which they don't, Democrats actually do try to fix some issues. They don't do enough. And then they don't talk about the fixes that they do. So then Republicans create all this propaganda to where they're not doing anything instead of Democrats saying, hey, this is what we're trying to do. This is what you're doing and breaking it down for the people, and people fall for propaganda.
Yeah.
Now, again, propaganda happens on both sides. But if you stick to policies, there's only one party and the two-party system that have consistently tried to fix issues. I don't think it's enough. I think it's lackluster at best. That's why I don't support both sides, either side. I'm an independent. That I'll vote for any side if you're trying to fix an issue.
I'm an independent too, and I think that the immigration is a wedge issue that both parties are going to lose. If one party genuinely wanted to get something done about it, you know,
They
that's
did.
all.
They had
Okay.
8 different immigration
It was
bills during
dead
the
before
last
Donald Trump. It was
administration.
dead
Okay.
before Donald Trump. The Langford bill was dead before Donald Trump
It
even
was
said anything
not.
about it.
Okay.
You can look it up.
Okay.
Jesus.
Let's
The
move on from
Speaker of the
this.
House said it was dead in the
We're
water
going to move on from
months
this.
before it began doing a vote.
We're going to move on from this because this is like it's just going to go round and round in a circle. Okay. Let me get to. Is that Gilda? Gilda, welcome in. Go ahead. Gilda. I can't
Sounded
hear
like
you.
she's taking a shower.
Gilda S is S for shower. All right. You can come back up if you fix your mic. I couldn't hear you. I heard something, but it wasn't a person. Anyway, I just look rehashing the old immigration stuff. I just we've got ICE agents shooting people in the face. Donald Trump
Yeah.
came out this morning saying that he's
Ridiculous.
going to invoke the Insurrection Act, and he's going to do it probably within a week or so.
Tim, that's what he wants. That's what he
Of
wants,
course it
Tim.
is.
So
Yeah.
he could call off the elections and everything, because these mass people are just fighting against the. It's crazy.
Yeah, Chip or anybody else, did you want to weigh in on what they were saying? Or, I mean, I'd rather move on, but, you can offer your thoughts, I guess.
Yeah, the language that I'm hearing, and again, I'm not trying to isolate, someone. I'm not trying to come on air. And just in general, I hear this over and over and over on panels that I sort of listen into, where everyone's trying to demonize the other side constantly, and it's reinforced through our media, through our lifestyle. Everyone's always trying to blame the other. That is never going to solve any of our problems as long as we're conditioned to be that way. You can say, I don't like this person's position on this issue. However, I'm willing to work with this person because there's some bigger fish to fry that we need to fix first before we fix B, C, D, and E. I want to see all the problems solved in our society. None of them probably will ever be fully rectified, but we need to do the great. My goal is this. Hopefully this is yours. I want to see the greatest good come to the greatest number, given the inefficiencies and inherent problems with the democracy. That's my goal. So if we can work together on some of that rather than always pointing across the aisle, I think we have to stop incessantly pointing and criticizing each other. That language needs to leave us.
I think the number one thing we could do right now is take money out of politics.
Well, that's certainly true. But that
I
ain't going to
also
happen
think
anytime soon. Sorry, Truth. Go ahead.
I think it's also important that, I mean, you guys had a turning point in New York when Mandani did win, to be honest. It just proved that no matter how much they pumped into the opponent, the other person won. And I think Mandani was more clear of what he wanted to do for the people in New York. And I think if you guys vote people in like that is looking for the greater of the American people and not, are you going to visit Israel next year when you come into office? I think that is something which is your hardcore problem. I just think whether you vote Republican or you vote or Democratic, I think both of them are still under the same underlying issue that they have to be quote unquote loyal to a certain people who are holding the strings. And until you get a politician, and I honestly don't think it will be someone that's a Democratic or someone that's a Republican, because both of those parties have been controlled over so many years. And unfortunately, because they are both heavily funded by the same shall I say, lobbies in America, and that's why you guys have come into this voting of either vote Republican or vote Democratic. So if you heavily fund each and every side, and then basically you guys think when I vote for the one side, I'll have a change, but you're still voting the same thing. That's what I can't understand, why you guys can't see that, because even if you voted in the other person, which was Camilla on the other hand, she was still singing the same song that they were all going to sing. Yes, they might have different things, but in the end, I still didn't see the heart of what the American people want. And up until now, the only time I can see, your actual Congress actually, being okay with the same thing at the same time is when Bibi Netanyahu comes to your Congress and they all rise like he's some celebrity, which is sickening, to be honest. After a while, he's doing a G-side as we speak. So that's what I can't understand, is when American people are saying, don't send out tax dollars, and yet it's still being done. I honestly don't know. I wish that you guys do get a politician that is looking for the outer great of the American people. Someone that is willing to put America first, not just put it on the banner line so they can basically get someone still pull the strings behind them. But I think that is what you guys need to focus on, is use your vote not the same as they've played you the whole time, either Congress or Democratic. Start looking at independents. Start looking at people that have no ties whatsoever to a certain country, that has no ties politically in the past or anything in their lifetime that has to do with that, and someone that is literally looking for the better of everyone. I think that's something you guys are missing. I think it's not about right or left. I think it's about literally putting America first, and I haven't seen, to be honest, any sorry to say this, whether it's Republican or Democratic, reading the policies that they are doing that, and it's just sad, to be honest.
Well, the problem we have is that, like, our primaries are restrictive, and we don't have ranked choice voting. I'm voting third party is, fucking Ross Perot got 29% of the vote, and that was the largest, I think, ever. I'm not sure that's a viable pathway at this point.
Yeah, we're a two-party
but
system. That's what sucks.
yeah, until we get ranked choice voting, it's going to be stuck that way. Now, I'm okay with having a hard line of, if you fucking support Israel and it's, there's fucking anti-BDS laws in these states or whatever, that you shouldn't be given the nomination. But sadly, I'm not sure we have much say anymore. I mean, we watched the DNC, do things to make sure that their candidate that they wanted up there was put into place. And, same with the Republican primary. I mean, they basically just anointed Donald Trump this last time. So I don't know. I'm not sure we're going to vote our way out of this situation. We might vote our way into softening what's happening, but we still have a lot of work to do. We still have, that's not going to solve it. That's just going to put it off for another day. We're going to have another Donald Trump come around again if we don't really seriously fix this shit.
Exactly. Tim, what do you think that we should do it in Minnesota and stuff like that as people, and not partisan, like legitimately, what do you think then we could be done on like a grassroots level to like calm everything down and stuff?
Well, look, the only way to calm something down is to let the government just run roughshod over the people. That's what
that's not
because
right, though.
It isn't, and
crazy.
Because when
Where's
people
the
go
judges
out
to step in?
Right, when people go out and they protest what's happening, that gives them an excuse to claim you're impeding because you looked at me while I was arresting somebody, and they will enact their rage against these people. So, barring just letting them do whatever they want to do, there's no calming the situation. He's going to continue escalating it because that serves his purpose. So
exactly.
We're, like Chip said, there's no real good thing that's about to come from any of this stuff. When it does, it's going to be years down the road. We're not going to see any good come from this.
Did you watch the video where he said the only restraint on him is his own morality.
Yeah.
I'm hoping his morality will kick in a little bit because you're accosting American citizens. Like, I don't understand how you could do that to an American citizen.
He's a fucking psychopath. I don't think he has any morality. I mean, I don't think that exists within him. I think that this guy is just a sick individual. I really believe that. I mean, look at this video. These are the ICE agents. Just listen to what he says to this guy in this truck. This is an indicator of, like, what they think about us. There we go. Oh, I don't think this is the video. But still, this goes to your point about... It's like, fuck you.
What do you
I ain't
say?
talking to you. He said, come talk to me for a second.
This is a big game to you guys? That's why that lady got hurt the other day.
Yeah.
Wow.
One of us is wearing a mask like it's a game.
It doesn't matter if you're wearing a mask. I'm wearing a mask because you guys are cowards and you guys dock people.
I'm wearing a mask because you're a coward.
Duck people.
No
one wants you here. No one wants you here. People want our neighbors. We don't want you here.
That's funny. That's not the video I meant to play. There's a guy in a truck. He, basically said the same thing. Did you guys not learn your lesson from what just happened to that woman?
Yeah. And the guy wasn't, I mean, he's being annoying, but he's not doing nothing illegal. You know what I mean?
Right.
Leave that guy alone. Here's the thing. If they would have just act like he didn't even exist and went on about their business, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's crazy.
Right.
But they're getting in their feelings. And then did you see the one where the lady was in the blue car was following from a distance back and they waited for her and told her that they was going to pull her out of the car and arrest her for following them.
Well, hell, there's a video also of, and I may have it. I thought I had pulled it. They literally smashed into the back of this car and pushed them into the intersection.
No, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, yeah, they sure shit did.
ICE did that?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep, just bumped right up against the bumper and literally shoved that car into the intersection. Because I think maybe the light was green and the person wasn't going, so they just pushed the car.
This is getting scary. Like, we're heading to something that I don't even know, man. It's getting scary.
And then look at this shit. This is, and then when like Benjamin was like, this is on both sides, I got to call that into question because just watch what they do here. Look where the guy is standing. He's on the goddamn sidewalk. You can't exist in the same space that I'm in. I mean, look at this. The guy's standing on the sidewalk. There's plenty of space over here. You can't be near me. And then here comes another one. Pushed him into the road.
Yeah.
Get off the sidewalk and get in the road where we can run you over and say you were impeding us.
So where's the accountability for that officer to do that? That's illegal to assault somebody.
They don't give a fuck.
And that's
crazy.
That's where we are. And that's why, people being pissed and people wanting to lash out makes perfect sense to me. This is not normal. Like, this is not the way a free country is supposed to operate.
I agree, Tim. It's just escalating to, it's, I don't know, man. And the minute that a couple of ICE officers get executed, you know what I mean, or unalived, it's just going to go into, into whole, I can't even talk about it.
Yeah, it's infuriating because I remember even during Obama's years, whenever I think it was in it was California, I believe, they were kettling protesters. They were firing stuff at them. I don't remember what it was for.
Oh yeah, the tear gas and stuff.
Yeah, and so it's not as if like this has never happened before. But it's just I don't know It's just, this is terrorism against the American public.
Exactly.
They're literally, They went in there to terrorize the people in Minnesota.
Did you see the one in Portland where the guy had the ICE agent had the pepper ball gun and was just blasting people in the intersection, was just walking across the intersection?
Yeah, I think I've seen that. I mean, it's got there. I've got so many videos of so much crap. Like I don't know that I've ever had so many videos of like constitutional violations, but
But here's the good point. If there is a good point that I believe with all my heart, and you know, Tim, I voted for Donald Trump all 3 times, and I'm telling you, by all this coming out, if there is a silver lining, he's going to get trounced next year. Trounced. The Democrats are probably the Senate's. It's going to be hard, but the House definitely. They're going to probably lose 35 seats.
well, my fear is that because AI is now a big thing and they've integrated it into government operations. I have a feeling that it's not going to be free and fair. That's my take.
You got a point.
And if during the midterms, because we see the special elections and how they've been going recently, it's not been great for Republicans, which makes sense. But if we see the midterms go a different way, I'm just going to know that personally, I may not be able to prove it, but I'm just going to know that there was some shenanigans afoot, because it would make no sense for them to win in any big way in the midterms.
Yeah,
just
I think even with California and
possible.
Texas doing the gerrymandering that they did, that I don't think that's going to help Texas. I think the thing about it is the American people's got eyes. You know what I mean? And we see what's going on. And the latest Gallup poll, I think it was like 69% of people was just totally against what this is going on right now.
Well, and what's funny is that Texas does it. And so California is like, well, if you do that, then we'll do it. And so they voted to do it because they had changed their laws to where they couldn't do that. And so they voted to change it. And then Republicans got pissed off. You guys can't do that. And then really started pushing rhetoric as if California had done something totally illegal. And I believe they even sued them in California over what they did.
It's in the courts right now.
Yeah. I was like, wait a second. You do it in one state, and then you want to sue and say they can't do it, and you take it to court in another state. Make sense.
That's another thing, Tim, that's robbing us is the gerrymandering in all the states. Like the people in each state doesn't even have a voice. You know what I mean? The representative voice.
Fucking crazy. Warrior, I don't think you've spoken yet. Sorry, I've been going back and forth with Corey. Yeah, welcome in. What's up?
I heard that these racist MFs have been trained with the Pisraelis.
The Pisraelis?
Yeah. Have they? Most likely.
You talking about ICE?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, I doubt it. I don't. Who knows? I
Can
doubt
I just
it.
come in on that?
No, they definitely have, Tim.
They have been.
Well,
they have been.
let's just be clear that they don't have to have been trained with the IDF to do what they've been doing. Right. But I mean, if you have proof of this, please let me know.
I just heard it. I mean, we live in America. We're supposed to be free to do something, especially a protest. Or I'm a Muslim woman. I cover. I should be able to cover and feel free. If somebody doesn't want to do it, that's fine. Somebody wants to be atheist. You can't. I mean, I don't want to be afraid to go somewhere, not to victimize myself. I don't want to be afraid to say, hey, I don't like this policy. Hey, I don't want to do this. Hey, I don't want my taxes to better make Israel great every year. Let's put it towards our own communities and our own states.
And so I looked it up, and they have a field office in Tel Aviv. So, I mean, what the fuck? like I don't even understand the point, because the American law enforcement doesn't need to train with the IDF to be Gestapo like, because they've been that way for quite some time now. But maybe that's
if you want to look also liberal loudmouth, it gets worse. Also New York, some of your New York federal officers as well have also been trained by the ITF for intelligence as well. So it's been going on a long time.
Let's see. Reports in January 2026 indicate that ICE officers and other federal agents have traveled to Israel for training in military tactics, surveillance, and detention. Now, the surveillance part makes sense to me because Israel's been very, very good at that. They've been experimenting on Palestinians for a very long time now. That is fucking gross. That is so gross. Let me see.
And MAGA told me they assumed I was Palestinian. They were like, your Hamas is covering their face. I said, why is ICE covering their face, huh? Why is ICE covering their face if they know what they're doing is right?
I mean, look at this. Deputy Director of ICE was sent by the ADL for training with the Israeli military. What the fuck? Like, this
Training
doesn't
for
even...
what?
Exactly. Like, I don't
fear
even...
into people?
It's like, well, they threw snowballs. It was like a rock. But it fell apart on impact. But it was like a rock. Let's see. Deputy Stephanie Fox said, we've heard all the shocking reports of ICE officers terrorizing families with separation, detainment, and deportation. FOIA request just revealed that the ADL sent ICE second in command to learn techniques and tools from the Israeli military's 70 years of apartheid and 50 years of occupation. Boston chapter organizer REK, the ADL has been speaking out against Trump's family separation policies. So why are they helping ICE officials trade tips with the officials in charge of Israel's apartheid security policies offered under the guise of counterterrorism? The real world results of these trips have been Israeli and U.S. officials sharing worst practices, deportation and detention, shoot to kill policies, massive spying and surveillance that are also the go-to policies of agencies like ICE.
Where can I find this host?
This is Jewish Voice for Peace. I can put a link in here. I've got to remove the periods so that it doesn't appear to be a link, because otherwise TikTok will filter it. Let me see. So remove the capital DOTs and put periods there. And remove the spaces, obviously. Fucking, that's crazy. End the deadly exchange. Let's see.
Wow.
I understand that. Say something else crazy, liberal loudmouth. Do you know where the head office of the AI is going to be for the entire world?
Israel.
Yeah, probably.
Israel.
Jerusalem. In Jerusalem.
Yeah, and I posted it in Discord as well. Rah. I think that was Rah. Yeah, I posted it in there too.
Thank you.
Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, I mean, I guess it does, but it's like, well, these are the worst of the worst over here, so we need to get our officers to go over there and train with them because, we want them to be the worst of the worst too.
Tell us how to oppress somebody. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any agency that knows how to mistreat human beings, it's every agency involved with Israel.
Yeah, I agree with the intelligence because they are like number one with that stuff, like the training on that. But I don't understand that. That's crazy against American people. You know what I mean? Do you think the undocumented people are out in the streets protesting? No, they ain't. They ain't crazy. It's American citizens are the ones getting accosted.
Right. I mean, that's a good point. Yeah. We got a new person in SD. What's up? You're teacupped. You came up teacupped. That's interesting. Is this an Israeli bot? I don't know. All right, I'll drop you then.
They sometimes do that to report as well. Just
yeah,
saying.
Tim. No. I want to tell you, Tim, I was a staunch advocate for Israel. And then, I get on your lives and I don't always come up and I hear your takes on it and stuff. And I do a little research and I'm starting to soften on a lot of it. You know what I mean? I never realized how ingrained they are with our government.
Everything.
You know what I mean? And we don't like any other government being in it, If China was to be that influential, we would be pulling our hair out. So, my stance on Israel is kind of softening, like,
God. Look at the numbers of Palestinians being unalived, it should completely soften your heart. Because if they can do it to their own neighbors who let them in their country, they'll do it.
Yeah. Israel's good with their propaganda, though. They show that, and don't get me wrong,
Actually,
Hamas hates Israel just like Israel hates them. You know what I mean? So that's like a mutual destruction with each other.
Who brought the H group into power in 1987 against the PLO? It was Pisrael. Pisrael made them the tunnels. Okay.
Yep. That is true. But Corey, to your point, I mean, let me try to put it into perspective that you might understand. What you just said is similar to saying that, well, the indigenous of North America hated the white people as much as the white people hated them.
Exactly.
That's basically what. And so
I understand.
It's
I know why Hamas is doing it. I understand they're being oppressed. I understand, but
that. And so we can't you've got to add the context to it because, this isn't happening in a vacuum, right? There's a reason for all of these things that are happening.
It's a tragic for any innocent life, whether it be Israeli or Palestinian to lose their life. That has nothing to do with it.
When you're the oppressor, you don't get the victim card anymore.
Right.
When you are
that's
taking
true.
children and unaliving them and using them as human shields, when you bring your own children in front of food aid trucks and food trucks and aid trucks and in strollers, you don't get the victim card anymore. When you unalive a grandmother and set a dog on her and a autistic child, you don't get the victim card anymore. When you unalive a 17-year-old boy who had just graduated high school with an IV stuck in his hand, Ahmed, in a refugee camp safe zone, you don't get the victim card anymore. Let's get it straight. I don't care who is on the other side, regardless of their religion. You can't hijack the Jewish religion to further colonialism and tea attacks and then cry and say, Hamas, piano, Qassam Brigade.
But that's not all Israel. All the Israel people doesn't agree with the government. You can't. You're painting them with a broad brush.
Okay, I'm coming into your house.
A majority.
Well, that's the same as they calling all the Palestinians Hamas. It's the same thing.
I'm coming into your house right now. Okay, and I'm gonna stay at your house about 3 months, and I decided, I like his garden, and I like his garage. Oh my God! And the balcony and his bedroom, a nice set of furniture would look great in there. And all of a sudden, you come home, I have your keys, everything's outside. What would you do?
Right. I mean, I don't even think you have to answer the question to understand the point she's making.
Yeah, halas.
Yeah. I mean, and that essentially is what we're doing with. But as you said, you're beginning to soften and realize how ingrained they've become in the United States. And it's always interesting to me because, they're like, oh, you can't say that the music industry is controlled by these certain people, right? You can't say that because it's a trope. Yet it's actually true that the
defense department
the overrepresentation.
It's crazy.
Right, it's overrepresentation in certain industries of a group of people who make up a percentage of the population, if that.
Yeah.
And so it's not a trope or anti-Semitism to point out facts, but because this has become, you're a racist or you're a bigot or whatever, they have that to throw at you. And once you start to break that down and expose the hypocrisy there, you start to see the light a little bit.
Well, yeah, I thought we was the United States of America. I mean, to let any country, no matter who it is, to be so ingrained in our financial, our legislation, our system,
our entertainment, also entertainment,
everything.
Don't you
everything.
think it's But don't you think it's crazy that they were the U.S. was pushing that TikTok was actually China was using it to spy on the U.S. and then forcing the guy to literally sell his app, and then Bibi Netanyahu sits there and say, "Yay, we have the app now." I mean, do you guys not feel I mean, if
As
I
a
was in
tool
this,
for
I'd
war,
be hella
for the
angry,
record.
bro.
As a tool for
Yeah.
war is how he
Exactly.
characterized it.
Yeah.
Exactly. So then make it make sense. So you can literally use the security of your country and then literally force someone to sell it. And then basically someone else comes and says, yeah, thanks that you smuckers let everyone, buy that in the world. And now we got it. I mean, it's just crazy. And now because Iran is a threat to Israel, now the US is pushing, they care about protesters in Iran and then sending going to go kaboom another country. Just why? Because again, they're a threat because Israel says go and do it. I mean, it's just sad. I mean, they're just using you guys because you are a superpower to do exactly everything they want. Today it's
They're
Iran.
sucking
Yesterday
everything
was
out of us.
Iraq. They're just literally leeching you guys dry, and
Yep.
then literally when you guys are done, they'll just move on to the next leech, and it's really sad. It really is.
Yeah.
For me, it's a thing where everything that has been going on in Palestine 77 years, and the people have shown us firsthand on our phones. That's why 200 plus journalists have been unalived by the Israelis. That should have softened your heart. Something shouldn't have to affect you or your family for you to say, "Whoa, something here is not right." And I'm not trying to personally attack you. Some of the people I meet on TikTok, especially MAGA, telling me, "Oh, you don't know what the Palestinians did on October 7th." I'm like, "You don't know history. Go read about the Nakba of 1948. Go read about the Hannibal Directive that the Israeli cult themselves came out and said, yes, we issued it so there wouldn't be as many hostages." I'm not trying to personally attack you, my friend. I hope it's not coming off as that. But the minute the numbers came, 600 Palestinians, 5,000 Palestinians, 25,000 Palestinians, now the Humanitarian Habitat Coalition for Human Rights has said the number is close to 750,000 Palestinians, including under the rubble, have been unalived. That should soften your heart. Not just ICE.
To that, I'll say I don't care what causes people to wake up to what's happening. I don't care what it is, and I'm not going to, I'm not really going to criticize. Yes, should he have felt that way over all of the deaths? Absolutely. But if he's there, he's there, or if he's getting there, he's getting there. You know what I mean?
And I do. It's tragic.
Yeah.
I think any loss of life is tragic. Like I don't care.
Well, earlier you said, well, Hamas. You should say this. Say, you know what? They're resisting. You have to resist oppression. It's a human right.
Yeah,
if I come into your house and throw you out, it's a human right.
Yeah, because look at what's happening in the U.S. with what we're seeing those ICE agents doing, pushing people on the sidewalk, pepper spraying them from their vehicles just because. Like,
that's what I was
imagine
say.
that
It's the same thing.
1,000 times worse. With pew-pewing all the time, they've been killing these people for a fucking 100 years almost now, and that's what they've been dealing with. And at some point, people who are being treated like that are going to lash out, and they have a right to, in my opinion. But we got a couple new people who have been waiting for a minute. I'd like to get to them real quick to give them a chance to say something. Let me start with OG, and then I'll go to East LA. OG, welcome in. Go ahead. Did you want to weigh in? OG nerd.
Sorry, I'm here. Caught me with my mouth full.
I hear Donald Trump has that problem with Bubba. Oh,
no, right?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think the problem I'm having right now is, getting people to resist what's going on and understanding what real resistance is, that it's not carrying signs out on the street, and understanding that it has to be organized and That has to be organized and it has to be consistent. And it has to gum up the works. And that everybody can do it. From the smallest act to the biggest act. And we have to get organized if we expect to make a difference with this regime. And that's what it is now. It's a regime. They're moving forward with harming people. They've been harming people. It's more overt now than it has been, and we need to take a stand before it gets worse. And that's just where I'm at. And so I wonder where everybody else is.
Did you see the show yesterday?
No, I did not.
Because the show yesterday, the prompt was both in the morning and in the evening is, should we resist unlawful arrests? And because people have to stop giving consent to this government because that's how they exist, based on the consent of the governed.
Right.
And we have to remove that consent. That's
if
the.
You look at,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If you look at the book on tyranny, and I forget the author's name. If you look at the book on tyranny, one of the first things he says is you don't give away your rights before they ask for them. And I think that's a lot of what we're doing. We're giving away things even before they're asked for. And we need to retain our rights. We need to know our rights and know what they are so that when we're confronted, we're prepared and we're not caught off guard. Because I think a lot of people are caught off guard and they don't know what their rights are and they don't know what to do when it happens.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think the people in Minneapolis are fairly, united and have some coordination to them because they use apps now to try and tell each other where the ice is. People are generally pretty resourceful when it comes to that. And like Chip had said earlier, tyranny creates strange bedfellows, or whatever the saying was that you said. This situation creates, interesting bedfellows. So people working together that may not have ever worked together before are doing it now. And people are starting to get off of their seat. I played a clip earlier of a guy who's like, my brother protests all the time. I don't ever protest, but here I am because I'm fucking getting sick and tired of seeing this stuff. This just tyrannical fucking takeover. And, people need to do it. But, ripping safes from the back of vehicles is fucking ridiculous, guys. Please don't do that. That's
no.
Come on. Don't be destroying shit just for the sake of, that's funny. Look what we got. That's stupid.
Resistance looks like if you think back to the American Revolution, and I know some of it's been glorified, but if you think back to the American Revolution, one of the acts that they did that was true resistance was the Boston Tea Party, right?
Which was we talked about that yesterday too. Sorry, go ahead. I just think it's funny because it is funny when you think about it.
Which is where they threw the tea that they didn't want to pay the tax for in the harbor.
And it wasn't even their tea.
And it wasn't even their tea.
Yeah. They stole somebody else's tea. And, if we'd done that today, gone into Target, for example, and took out all a bunch of shit, food or whatever, threw it out on the ground, what would you call that?
Just get tea. No. I have an idea.
Go get all the tea bags and the gallon jugs of tea.
Get ice and throw ice on the ground.
Now that's kind of funny. Raid the ice machines and throw all the ice on the ground. That's actually pretty clever. I don't know, but it is funny when you think about it, because we look back at it historically and we're like, yeah, stick it to the man. But if you were to think about it at the time, like, they would have been considered, criminals, because they went and stole somebody else's shit and, destroyed it. Somebody else's stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is kind of funny. But let me get to, real quick, East LA. Thank you for being patient, man. I appreciate it. I know you've been waiting for a minute. Welcome in. Go ahead if you want to add into
Thank
what
you
we're
very
talking
much. I see you call yourself a liberal. I too am, sir, a liberal. I don't know what kind of liberal you are, because there are a number of variations. I am a democratic liberal in the traditional sense. I advocate for a strong America. I advocate for the free market. I advocate for a free market with the notation of progressive values. We should. The government should help the people, assist people that are truly in need, and that we should have a very, very varied society. What's the word I'm looking for? People assimilating. I'm pro-immigration legally. So, and I realize that.
Are you also for pro-humanity for everyone?
Well,
Can I
he's
please,
he's been
statement
he
now?
was quiet the whole time. If we'd let him finish his thought, that'd be great. Go ahead,
I
man.
know him, Post.
Now,
I gotta
this
go.
has nothing to
Take care
do
of
with
yourself,
what I'm
Post.
supporting.
Okay.
But I have been on this app for like about a month now saying the same thing, that in America, regardless of what we feel, and I do not support this, but I knew what was going to happen, there was going to be a crackdown in the name of law and order. Been saying this, okay, because I knew that in light of what's going on, especially in the Middle East, but in a number of others, no, not even especially in the Middle East, with regards to what's happening on the border, with regards to what's happening with this infestation of drugs, I knew that there was going to be a huge call for law and order, and I knew that the government was going to, in some way, become aggressive. And I predicted that our rights, it was very, very possible, in fact probable, that some of our rights might be restricted for a while. This is exactly what's happening. Trump wants to invoke the Insurrection Act. By the way, Mr. Liberal, do you know when the last time the Insurrection Act was invoked?
1992.
Exactly, and I saw why. Literally, I was there, and by the way, I was in the middle of all of it, okay? I literally had to rescue my girlfriend from a burning building, okay? LA was on fire, okay? There was madness everywhere. It was probably 40%, 50% worse than Watts, and Watts was really bad, okay? It was sanctified madness. There was a damn good reason why it was enacted at the time. And by the way, if you know the history
And it was
of Los Angeles,
requested, for the record, it was requested by the governor.
but if you know the history at the time, the entire thing could have been avoided had there been proper deployment by the LAPD in a powerful and forthright fashion, all in compliance with the law. What happened at Florence and Normandy was a crime against humanity, implicating one person and one person alone, the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. He literally gave LA the finger by not properly deploying at the time. The proper deployment of power is essential to eliminate the possibility of even having to establish an Insurrection Act. And what I'm saying now is that the proper deployment of power would come at an early stage, not when it's too late. Right now, what is going to happen is that there's going to be a moratorium on certain rights that we've been used to. That is in avoidance of the possibility of T group activity, along with the reality of the infestation that represents the biggest problem that America has ever faced, and that is poison coming in from many places throughout the world, including the border, many other places also. This is what represents the greatest threat to the Americas, the drug problem. as it exists today. This is what has literally robbed America of its passion. Now, once again, regardless of what I support, no, there is going to be a call for law and order, and that call is going to be prosecuted by the government. And when you talk about resistance, no, resistance right now is, to me, madness. Okay, resistance should only take place in the gravest of extremes. That has not happened yet. We are not at that point.
Wait. Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay, so resistance should only happen in the gravest of extremes. Yet
Yes,
you
sir.
want the Insurrection Act invoked before the gravest of extremes happen?
No, sir. The gravest.
That's what you just
the
said, bro.
gravest, no. That's not what I just said. What I'm saying,
it is what you said.
Let me finish.
No.
Finish,
It is
I'm
what you
counting the
said.
point.
Well, you've been talking for like 3 minutes, so I think me interjecting in that moment is fair because when it comes to the government cracking,
give me the chance, I'll correct you as soon as I'm done.
Well,
the gravest of extremes is taking place right now, quite simply, sir, with the infestation of the drug problem. Okay, it could get much worse,
but that has nothing to do with the Insurrection Act.
This country is literally this, especially in Los Angeles. Once again, living in Los Angeles, I've seen it. We are, forget about open air prisons. We are an open air insane asylum in Los Angeles. Okay, this is as a result of the infestation of the drug problem. This is a massive threat. Oh, dude.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Okay, you can say what you can never say what you can say.
Humans
you
been
want,
using drugs for a long time. You know what the biggest problem is and why people use? Poverty. You take care of that. You take care of that. You take care of that, and the other problem takes care of itself.
Okay, my friend, listen.
Yeah.
The reason why I live on the edge where I'm at, because there have been many, and I mean not dozens, but literally hundreds of incidents where I have seen people just prosecute unprovoked violence because they are insane because of the use of either the F word or the M word, okay?
Wait,
and
the F word makes people
word,
insane?
Okay? Dude, you have not seen, are you talking about...
makes people insane?
No, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It makes them extremely violent when they don't get it. Yes, sir.
When they don't get it.
Like H did in the 70s.
When they don't
get it.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so how, well, hold on. How would you solve that problem without violence?
I know what you're about to say. Legalize it?
And there you go. Give people who are addicted to it. Well, sure, you can be prescribed. You can be prescribed alcohol for alcohol withdrawal. Did you know that? Yeah, sure you can.
Yes,
so
sir.
why do we not do this to people who are addicted? So if they are starting to withdraw, and you don't even have to legalize it all. You could just say, if you are addicted and you have run out of your stuff and you are starting to withdraw, we will wean you off of it by giving you some of that stuff. But we don't do that.
Okay.
Do we?
Okay, let's take your point is very interesting, okay? If you're going to do that, first of all, schmentanol, sir, is far more toxic and far more volatile to the body than mere alcohol. And
you can give them something else that replaces fat.
Yes, sir. But if this is in fact going to be the solution because of this extreme toxicity, yes, they still should be prosecuted. However, they should be put in an institution that is not, maybe not a prison, but they should be under, their freedoms should be restricted, because as long as they are
concentrate them into a camp, right?
Excuse me?
Concentrate those people into a camp?
Into a camp, no, sir. There is a
the undesirables
between a camp. The undesirables who literally pick up rocks from the street, throw them into windows, and then try to shoplift. Which you have
is that what they do when they're withdrawing?
Yes, they do. As a matter of fact, and that's what they do when they no. And by the way,
they grab rocks and throw them into windows when they're withdrawing.
I've seen it. I have seen it on a number of occasions where I live. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I'll take things that never happened for 1,000, Alex.
Let me jump in.
What they need is
rehab.
Let me jump in here for a second. East, I got
You've been
I
fair
got a
with me.
couple bones to
I'll
pick with
mute. I'll
you.
mute. Fair enough. You've been fair, dude, with me, so I'll mute.
I got a couple bones to pick with you. First of all, um, people who are going through the throes of addiction need assistance. They don't need to be convicted, as you say.
They need medical assistance,
They
like
need
rehab.
medical care. They do not need to be convicted in a court. That is ridiculous. And second of all, one of the biggest scourges to this country is not drugs. In fact, it is the fact that we lack education. The education in this country and the lack thereof is what is one of the biggest scourges to this country and will be its downfall. It doesn't have anything to do with drugs. Drugs is something that we can treat. It's something that we can, if we choose to, it's something that we can treat and we can move on from.
Yeah, I mean, humans
drugs have been around, as Liberal pointed out. Drugs has been around since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting, but correct me if I'm wrong. Do you need medical, do you need insurance to walk into a rehab facility?
Not necessarily, no.
They have programs, but I mean, yes, it costs money. Yes, to somebody.
Okay.
But there are programs, but see, now we're in a situation, guys, where the same people that push these drugs are also buying up the rehab centers. And so you've got this cycle where they're making money on both ends. And so where East LA has, East LA brings up, I mean, I guess it's a fair point that we have a drug problem, but let's look at where this started. It started from rich people pushing prescription medication, giving bonuses to doctors for prescribing it, bonuses to pharmacists for prescribing it, bonuses to all the people down the line. And they made billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. And they were prosecuted for it. They didn't go to jail for it, even though they unalived millions over the course of time. And they even bought some of the people in the FDA to help them kind of push this stuff through to make it seem as if it was less, addictive than it was. And so they would be prescribing this shit. And then what the dumbass government did was when it finally did crack down on shit, they said, you can't get it, even the ones of you that need pain medication, for example. Now you can't get it. Now even people who are in pain can't fucking get it. Yet they did nothing to help the people get off of it. They didn't go to the companies that made billions off of getting people hooked on it and paying all this money. But no, instead they just said, well, fucking good luck to you. Best of luck. So what did those people do? They did what addicted people are going to do. They went to find that thing that they need so that they don't go through withdrawal. And where did they get it? They got it from street hustlers. They got it from drug dealers on the street. And where did they get theirs? They got it from cartel members who are shipping it across the country. So in fact, the issue that we're seeing now is that was caused by the U.S. government. Instead of the U.S. government actually fixing this problem, either through allowing addicts to gain access to the drug until such time as they can get off of it, instead of doing that, no, fuck you. They're like, you're left to your own accord. And then they started cutting fent, which is fucking 1,000 times worse than even, like Oxy or something. They started cutting that into the shit. So then people started unaliving because now they're not getting it from a pharmacy. They're getting it from Joe Blow down the street. And Joe Blow down the street doesn't give a shit. And he was wanting profit just like the Sackler family did. Yet for some reason, we see more criminality in Joe Blow down the street who's cutting vent in this stuff for profit. We see more criminality there than the Sackler family, and he may have only killed 1 or 2 people, whereas the Sackler family killed fucking millions. And then so Donald Trump, in his crusade against drugs, decides he wants to go and unalive people of color in the fucking ocean over rug boats that didn't have anything to do with that anyway. Cocaine isn't killing a bunch of people. Let's be honest about that. But he's doing it on rugs while then simultaneously pardoning these people. This is all bullshit rhetoric. East LA has swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. If we want to address the problem, we need to look at the root. And the root was a fucking bunch of rich people, a rich family that pushed this on the American public, and the government helped them. And then the government yanked out that fucking lifeline that people had, pushing them to the streets. And then they could turn around and say, oh my God, the cartels, look what the cartels are doing. We got to go after them. It's all bullshit for a means to an end. And that end is control, and to get people like East LA to say, we got to send in the military because people are on D-rugs that we got them hooked on.
I think, sir, that you misdirected. I think you misdirected your accusation, sir. I'm not a very educated man. I mean, I did a little bit of junior college. I went to high school, etc. I got okay grades. I was relatively intelligent, okay. But I was wise enough to not do one thing. I made a pledge at a very young age. When I was a teenager, when all my friends were doing it, I said, you know what, this stuff is baloney. Marijuana, we were doing barbiturates at the time. There was that stuff you sniffed out of the little brown bottle. All these things that I saw my friends doing in discos when I'd go dancing, and I wanted to dance. I didn't want to drink. I didn't want to get high. I didn't want to do anything. You know why? Because I was smart enough to at least know this, that all that stuff was poison. So you know what I did? I never touched it. If you are so self-indulgent that you cannot resist putting your hand on this kind of poison and then taking that poison and either ingesting it through a needle, through your nose, or through your mouth, then you are in fact guilty of projecting upon society your self-indulgence. That should be yes.
But you're arguing a straw man.
Let me land my plane, sir, please.
Okay, go ahead and land your plane.
It's not a straw man, sir.
It is.
Personal responsibility is what makes me a conservative. I'm not going to blame the man. I'm not going to blame the government. I'm not going to blame the cartels. No, this is how you truly end a drug problem in the United States. Get yourself enough of inspiration to have enough of a life to where you realize that you don't put poison in your mouth. If we as Americans do that, that would be the real resistance. But to say, oh, the government, the cartels, a million miles away, these people, oh, in Afghanistan, they're growing poppies and the military is cooperating. Baloney. Just keep that crap away from you and those that you love, and we will be more stable than we've ever been in our history.
He's still you are righteous.
I have a minute to talk.
Well, yes, but I'd like to say this, because all of what East LA just said is a straw man. Because there are many kids that had gotten injured in sports or whatever. Went to the doctor, and what did the doctor do? The doctor prescribed them pain medication. And prescribed too much pain medication because they were getting paid by the drug companies to do that. Instead of a 10-day supply, they were giving them a 3-month supply. And by the end of the 3-month period, now this child who didn't inject this stuff into themselves, they didn't make this choice. It was prescribed to them by a doctor. Most of these people, I would say, were prescribed this stuff by a doctor, and then they ended up hooked. And then they started wondering, oh, God, now I got to get this stuff. And then they became addicts. So your straw man about they chose to do this is ignoring the fact of the matter, which is that the drug companies got doctors to overprescribe medication, which was then yanked out from underneath people, and then they had to go to the streets. And that's a fucking fact. Now, is it true that some people chose to do it? That's certainly true.
Not a fact at all,
but that was an outlier. That was not the rule. That was an exception, not the rule.
That's not a fact, sir. The fact is that the fact is that people just choose. People choose to drink.
Wait.
People choose to smoke marijuana. People choose
Doctors
to smoke,
are going to jail because they overprescribed. Are you saying that is not a fact?
Sir. Yes, I'm saying that's not a fact. 10 toes down. And I'm telling
it's
you
not
why,
a fact
sir,
that doctors go to jail for overprescribing.
The overwhelming majority of people who are alcoholics who started with herbal essences and then went, and I'm using, of course, TikTok-friendly language, herbal
get out of
essences,
here.
and then went
I
on to
said
stronger
gateway.
things. Okay,
Yeah, so
it
he's
was
one of
as
the
a result
gateway.
of their own self-indulgence. Okay, everybody that there were no. Out of the many friends that I've had, and I'm really a nice guy and I'm quite popular. Out of the many friends that I've had, not one of them began because they were given bad meds as a result of having an injury or the over-prescription. No, they went out and they partied like fools. Okay,
that's not true.
During my time, and not only did they ruin their lives, but they inspired. Because their children looked at them when they got older. Their children, wait a minute, you're going to tell me not to do this? When you raised hell, you were in a disco, you were doing this and that, you were at the beach, you were at the drum circle, and you're going to tell me? No, the hypocrisy that has been passed on from generation to generation to literally facilitate young children to use this kind of substance because their parents did simply for that reason. So they felt that this was their version of inspiration. Okay, that was their parents doing. I'm going to do it too, and then they went and they did it, and then so on and so on. We have passed a drug. We have today's generation has inherited a drug problem. Unfortunately,
inherited a drug problem. Wait, I thought you said it was a choice.
They have it is a choice. It is a drug problem based on individual choice and personal responsibility. Now, not that the other things are not a problem, but overall, the overwhelming majority of people, they had a choice. They didn't take personal responsibility, and now they want to cry to the government. No, those people were lawbreakers, and they deserve to be prosecuted by law, not in cruel places, not in an inhumane way.
But okay. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna mute you because you've been talking for like 5 minutes, and then you want to land your plane, but then you skip over to another runway and just use that up, and then you skip dude. You've been talking for like 5 minutes, so we got 7 other people on the panel.
Thank you very much. No, mute me. That's what you should do. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Right.
I'm chomping at the bit, so mute me. Good for you.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's weird. Anyway, a lot of people want to respond to you for obvious reasons. I've said my piece. I think OG has already spoken. Who else would like to respond?
Sorry.
Revolution, go ahead. I'm going to bring in the timer so we can get around the room.
All right. So, I grew up with this is not a trauma dumping, but I grew up with a father that always did cocaine and alcohol.
CK.
I do grass. CK. I do grass. But I will never do any stuff my dad would ever do. And going into the academy, we learned about 2 things. There's 2 different types of FENT. And there's street and then there's medically prescribed. And people getting medically prescribed by it, some people refuse it, and doctors still give it to them, even after they refuse it. And they end up getting addicted to it, which it's very sad to see. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Now, Corey, you said you wanted to go?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, East LA's right. There's people that make choices, but nobody sets off to be an addict. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, it's dabbling when you're in your youth and stuff like that. I don't know one person that is homeless on the streets and addicted to substance that wants to be. Not one. I've never met one. So, and as far as the doctors and all that, Tim is 100% right. That's overwhelming. The doctors are in prison right now, and the pharmacies and stuff. My question is, where'd the money go that the Sackler family had to pay, the billions of dollars in fine? Where'd that go? Why wouldn't that go to rehabs to help people and stuff? You know? I'm done. I land my plane.
Yeah, I mean that's the $1 million question, or the several $1 billion question, I guess we should say. Let me go to. What's that?
I would love to go again once you go through everybody else.
Sure. Yeah, I guess since I'm doing this, I'll just go to Chip next. Chip, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you. I thought the take that East LA had was out of left field. But one thing I wanted to let you know about him is he makes the circuit all the time. He's an adamant, ardent defender of Israel's actions in Gaza. I know that may come as a shock to you, but he goes on and calls anybody an antiseptic if you question anything to do with the narrative. The same old right down line. I don't think he's part of the team either. I don't know why he part of the tribe. I don't know why he takes the position he has. But I will say this: most of us believe that he's being paid. He's among the 7K club, $7,000 per post nonsense. That he's paid to come on these panels and advocate for the Zionist entity.
Yeah. Well, East LA, are you paid? Do you get paid to come onto TikTok, East LA?
Sir, since I figured my time to speak was very fair. Once again, you've been very fair. So as you were talking to other people, I poured myself a little healthful drink with some herbs and some psyllium husks, etc., and I drank it. Now I'm back. So anyway, the only one who has offered me any kind of money, $1,000, was Mr. Barnes himself. He said to me, if you read 2 books, I think it was 2 or 3 books, I will give you $1,000. Even if you don't come up to the same conclusions I come up with regarding these books, I want you to be educated. I will give you $1,000 to read these books. One of the books he wanted me to read was a book that questioned the number of people who were unalived in the H-cost, if I'm not mistaken, okay? He literally wants me to read books by H-cost deniers, okay? Which you couldn't, Mr. Barnes, in light of some of the things that he has said, like when he was talking about unalived Jewish people during World War II, right? He used the word pizzas in the oven under the false pretense of wanting to be TikTok friendly. That to me was an obscenity. Okay. But once again, more and over and above that, he denies the number regarding the H cost. He thinks that it's like 150,000, and he's the only one who's offered me money, for any kind of money at all. Cash money, the only person to offer me money. So I think it's a rather.
Look, I don't like muting people, but I had a timer up here. You have 45 seconds. You hear the tick 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 rah. When you hear that, it's over. I don't want to mute you. I'm just control yourself. You talk about other people not being able to control themselves, yet you can't control yourself when it comes to a timer. And when I'm trying to get you to, so I have to make you stop. That's called self-control, which you criticize others for not having.
I didn't see the timer.
Okay.
I didn't see the timer.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I see where it is.
Okay. All right.
I see where it is now.
We're on the same
now
page.
I'll be aware. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Can I respond to some of the things that he was saying? Thank you.
Well, yeah, you were going to come next.
All,
go ahead.
Yeah, this was making me very upsetting because East doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. As far as addiction, I lost my son to addiction. And he was forced by his stepmother. He was fucking held down and injected with the M drug. He lost his fucking life. And you don't know shit about what you're talking about. You can't just put him in an institution. He was in and out of prison. He was in one of the worst prisons in Mississippi. And he was stabbed. The people bring the stuff in there. They get them further addicted, and then they owe money, and then they gotta call their mom and say, hey, if I don't get this money, they're gonna unalive me. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't just put him in an institution. He was in active rehab when he relapsed. He was 1.5 years clean, and he relapsed, and the hospital neglected him and he lost his life. So you need to shut your fucking mouth when you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. And this is a problem that I say we have in this country, is a lack of fucking empathy for other people. It's like, well, you did that to yourself. because I was able to not do these things or I didn't get involved in that. And therefore you have to have been able to do it. We're all fucking different. We all have our own fucking demons. Maybe East LA is a rich guy and he never had to worry about anything. And maybe this other person was poor and he just wanted to escape. But you fucking treat people like human beings. That's all we ask. Like, Jesus Christ. Squash, I'm sorry to hear that. I can't imagine losing a child. I can't.
Thank
Um,
you.
I like Bruce.
Yeah,
I
just
hear that.
yeah. I'm gonna pop back
I'm
up
really-
to Truth Seeker. Truth, go ahead if you want to address that, and then I'm gonna get to Joe. Joe actually hasn't spoken yet, so thanks for being patient, Joe. Go ahead, Truth.
Just want to say my condolences again. Losing a child is something that I don't think any parent can get over. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to substance addiction, there's several factors, and I think each person has their own story. I don't think it's just because you wanted to go party and have a good time. So I think East LA needs to educate himself on substance abuse. And also, I mean, substance abuse becomes more of an illness than anything else. So if someone is ill, you don't throw them in prison, right? You get them help. And I think that's the core problem. If we don't try and figure out the core problem, then that's where the substance addiction will never ever be ended. So rehab is a very, very long process. People do relapse. But the problem is if someone does relapse, you put them into prison and then they get substances, you're literally putting them into a death zone. And that's what it's so important, how they have to get rehab and not be locked up as East LA thinks. Thanks, host.
Yeah, no, I want to point out, in case people don't remember, East LA tied the rug issue in with the need to invoke the Insurrection Act early before things get bad. That's what he did, and how somebody does that is beyond me. Because he believed that the riots in LA were so bad that they should have invoked it first or they should have done more things. And to me, he's implying that Donald Trump needs to, earlier than it getting bad, needs to invoke the Insurrection Act early. That's what I took away from it. And then he brought in the rug problem, which led to this conversation. So it's kind of a weird way that he's, tied those two together, even though they're completely and totally separate. That one has nothing to do with the other. Joe, go ahead.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm going to give you 90 seconds since you haven't spoken at all yet.
I don't need that much time.
Okay. Okay.
Because after what I heard, it's like really hard to talk about anything right now. I want to say to the lady that lost her son that I'm really sorry. I got a pretty close idea to what it feels like. And I can't give an opinion on anything right now because it's not fair. It's not right, because I don't know the issue because I know people that have, but I never had it before, so it's not my place to say, hey, yeah, this and that. And many people can be wrong and right, but yes, I'm sorry that happened to your kid. I'm very, very sorry. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that, man. And when we change topics, you can jump in there. I'll get back to you. OG
Absolutely.
Nerd, do you?
Wait, 1 second.
Yeah.
Cheap. Can I do the audio book for $1,000?
That's so funny. I was gonna say the same thing. It's like, damn, I'll read the books.
I don't read. Can I do audio book?
I've seen your house, Joe. You don't need $1,000. Get out of here. Shit. Anyway, OG, you wanted to say something, and then I'm gonna get back to East LA.
$1,000 is $1,000.
That's true. That's true.
I'll try to keep it brief. Look, people who are addicted need our empathy, our love, our compassion, because they're dealing with demons that we don't understand. And we all have our demons, right? We just deal with them in different ways. And when you choose to point the finger at someone and say it's your fault, you did it, you're the dregs of society, and we're going to lock you up, and it's something that's beyond their control, you are condemning people to repeating that same thing. You're not helping them at all. You're condemning them to do it again and again. And you need to have some compassion in your heart, of which you have none that I can see.
Yeah. Thank you, OG. Now, East LA, go ahead, man. We've come full circle.
Okay, I see. By the way, I'm very clear on the clock now, so I'm looking at it as I talk. My mother, my loving mother, I lost her when she was 49 years old. I was 27 because of hormone therapy. I think that that's a kind of drug. If it's not, it's poison, okay, that you should not put in your body. Okay, my little brother, the greatest gift my mother ever gave me was my little brother. I lost him to drugs, okay? The love of my life, a woman who I loved more than anything on this planet, also lost her to drugs, okay? But here's the corresponding thing between all the people that I've lost and the people that this young lady's lost. They were all peaceful. They didn't throw rocks. They didn't rob people. They didn't attack people. They didn't knock the teeth out of people's mouth like what happened to me as a result of a drug person, okay? Unfortunately, I had to neutralize them as a result of it very harshly, okay? Within my right to self-defense. I didn't want to have to do that. Had he been peaceful like my brother, it would have never happened. What I'm saying to you is that if you do drugs, if you are self-indulgent enough to do drugs, and then you have the audacity to go out to commit violence, no, you're a criminal.
Okay. Thank you for that, East LA. It sounds like the way you view life has been shaped by your experiences, and your experience has been that you've had negative issues with people who were on rugs. So I guess in that I can understand why you might be, you see rugs as an issue for a lot of stuff. But you can realize that what you viewed as your experience in life is not what everybody else views. Like, for example, the 3 people I know in life that were unalived early were done by pew-pews. But that doesn't make me turn around and want to take everybody's pew-pews away from them, or to, boom, boom somebody because they're manufacturing pew-pews, right? So I understand where you're coming from, I guess, assuming that what you just said is true. I have no reason to believe that it isn't. So that's just, that there's a bigger world out there than just what you've seen, right? Anyway, moving on from that, we can get back to, I guess, the insurrection thing, which is what kind of sparked this whole conversation, which in East LA, I'm not certainly clear. Do you believe that Donald Trump should invoke the Insurrection Act? I'll give you 45 seconds to answer that question if you'd like. And then we can start from there.
Number one, I do not support Donald Trump as president. I think he is the lesser of 2 evils. Number two, I do not support utilizing the Insurrection Act at this point. But number 3, here's the most important point, okay? I believe that there is about to be a clampdown based on law and order that none of us will be able to do anything about. And it will be relatively severe. I do not support it. I just think, however, it's inevitable.
Okay. Fair enough. Now let's get around the room. Do you guys think it's going to happen? Do you support it? And if you don't support it, what do you think we need to do to oppose it? I'll just start with OG and go across. OG, go ahead.
You know where I stand. I oppose it, and I think we should resist it. There is no need for our rights to be infringed upon at this point in time. There never is a need for our rights to be infringed upon in a civilized society, right? We have the government has no right to say to us, you cannot move here, you cannot move there. We are going to tell you what to do. That's not the purpose of government. The purpose of government is to is to fix disputes, right? In an organized manner. It is not to dictate to people what they can and cannot do.
What they can and cannot do.
I mean, that's true. Yeah, I mean, we're all individuals. Like, it's hard for me as somebody who is, I just want to be left alone. Like, who the fuck is the government to tell me to do any damn thing as long as I'm not harming another person? That's why I'm also in favor of legalizing drugs, for the record, as long as what you're doing isn't harmful to somebody else. And then that becomes the problem. Second Revolution, go ahead, man.
I've always been a person to myself. I've never indulged myself in politics. But like you said, I just want to be left the fuck alone. I don't want ICE coming knocking on my door. Are you a U.S. citizen? Because I know I'm a fucking U.S. citizen, and it pisses me off that I have to be asked, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" And now I'm getting into politics, trying to understand it, listen to it, educate myself on it. Because we all went to school and learned our amendments and our rights as a citizen. That's pretty much everything I have to say.
That's pretty much everything I have to say.
Yeah, no, thanks, second. Thanks, second.
Yeah, no, thanks, second. Thanks, second.
Who is that? That's Papa. Papa, I'm going to mute you. You got some really bad echo. Chip, go ahead, man.
I just want to say, for the first time since I've known him, I actually agree with East LA. I've never had those words pass through my lips, but I think it is inevitable. I think Trump is trying to find any excuse to clamp down and repress society. I think he's spot on.
That's all the time you need, huh? So, okay. So what do we do aside from the economic stuff? Is there anything else that we should do? Like, and let me pause your time while I ask you this question. I'll give you some time back. Like, when ICE comes to your neighborhood, what is your suggestion as to how to deal with that situation? What do you do to not comply, and to not also just ignore it or whatever? What do you suggest?
Well, one of the things that's easy to do, that's not that complicated, is to express what your rights actually are. So if you research this, there are certain rules that have been established by the Supreme Court over the decades as to what is or is not applicable in a stop, whether it's in a vehicle or on the street. The other thing is, just so you know, it's perfectly legal. This is not considered impeding operations of a federal officer. If you are standing what's called a reasonable distance away, whether you're in a vehicle or standing, and in a vehicle that's about 300 feet is typically the agreed upon standard. If it's in person, it's 8 to 15 feet, depending upon circumstances, and or recording it, as long as you're not directly interfering or impeding it. You can verbally speak to them as long as the loudness of your voice does not impede them communicating with those they're dealing with. That's legal. Anything they try to do to stop that is illegal.
That is a fair point. Education really goes a long way here. That way,
people should have that on index cards with a little summary of what their rights are. And when someone comes up and starts screaming at them, just hold it up in their face and say, "Can you read?"
That's a great idea. Yeah, that's a great idea.
There
are law offices that offer shit like that. I think maybe I'll try to look one up. I can bring that up tomorrow or something in the show. Yeah, thanks, Chip. That's a good idea. Truth, go ahead.
I definitely think the same as what Chip and some that I've actually agreed with Isla as well, is that I think people need to, number one, educate themselves on their human rights, on their rights as an American citizen. I think people have to expect the unexpected, and I think it's just people have to be more vigilant, and I think uniting as a community is something that's really important. So if you know the certain laws, tell your neighbors, set up a meeting with your neighbors around you and try and educate, because I think when people unite and try and come on the same foot basis and they start doing the same thing in their faces, I think that's going to be more like cutting them at the leg. So unite, educate, and then basically just show them what you're talking about. And I think that is the most important thing. If you understand your rights, you have literally everything to protect yourself. Thanks, host.
Yeah, no, thank you, Truth. And to the person, Shannon Reynolds does bring up a decent point. She says, do you think they give a fuck if something is legal or not? And no, they don't. They're going to be violent towards you regardless. But it's important that what you're doing is legal because then the law is on your side. And that is, to me, important. Right, because if you're doing something that violates the law, then that gives rhetoric to say, "Wow, you deserve to get shot in the face because you were doing something illegal." But if you stay within the bounds of that and you're just resisting somebody trying to violate your rights, I think that's a better look at the end of the day. But just my.
I'd like to add something about the video.
Well, Joe would be next. Joe, go ahead, man.
A quick question: because the lady on top of me was saying the American citizen rights, right? So does a person that doesn't have a legal status on this country has the same rights? I don't know. I'm asking the question.
Can I answer this question?
Sure, OG, go ahead. You can take his time.
Yeah, to answer your question, yes, people who do not have legal status in this country have rights. They have the right to not have illegal search and seizure. It's all down through the amendments to the Constitution. It says person. It does not say citizen. Unless it specifically lays out citizen, all those rights are to persons in this country. Persons, not citizens.
Thank you. I had a question because I didn't know. I don't know much of the Constitution. I didn't went to school here.
Yeah, I mean, there are very few rights that just anybody that exists in this country don't have. That citizens do.
The only one that comes to mind is voting.
Right, and jury service.
Yeah,
you're not going to be brought in as a juror. I think there's some, but it's mostly federal law rather than a constitutional right. Your ability to get benefits and stuff, unless Congress has set up something for other people that you're not eligible for, because usually you have to have a social security number. In order to get that, you got to be a citizen. Now, Papa.
Some government jobs.
What's that?
Some government jobs you can have if you're not a citizen, not even a resident.
Some government jobs you can have. I'm sure that's true, and contractor work too, possibly. But I mean, you still have to be documented. I would imagine.
No. Even if you have a resident card, you can have some of the jobs for the government. Like you have to be a citizen. Whether you were born or naturalized here, this doesn't matter.
Oh, you're saying to get a federal job, you have to be a citizen?
Yes.
That might be true. I know you can't run for office if you're not a citizen, but I don't know about working.
Some jobs, yeah.
Well, like do visa holders? Some visa holders can't hold a federal job. Can't have a federal job. Is that? I've never looked that up.
Jobs. Like, for example, the jobs that require security clearance, for example, you have to be a citizen.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And some other jobs too.
Sure.
I don't know the specifics, but yeah, some other jobs you have to be. I don't know why.
Yeah, let me move over to Papa. Are you there? I see you're teacupped. And you've been teacupped, I think, basically this whole time, except for a little bit. So I'll come back to you. What does that mean? Whenever you swipe out of the app, so you hit homepage and then the app goes away, it'll show you a teacupped if you're on a panel.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask. What's the little blue star mean with the numbers?
The little
top left of
blue star.
Yeah, I think it's a blue star.
The coins.
Oh, that's probably for either gifting or subscription. Probably, I'd have to go and look at. I'd have to go and look and see what you're talking about because I'm actually on my computer, so what I'm seeing is not the same. The little blue star.
Like Chip got 10, and then Trip got 16.
Oh yeah, that's gifts. Yeah, so when somebody sends gifts, like a rose is one, so you would have one of these. Chip has 15 coins, so somebody has sent him a cumulative 15 coins through some form of getting. Anyway, Papa, you're back now. Did you want to weigh in? Go ahead. It's your turn. Well, he may not be here because, as you know, Papa is a Rolling Stone, so he's in and out all the time. Rage against oppression.
I love Rolling Stones.
Go ahead, Rage.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you. I'm echoing.
Yeah, that's Papa. He waits until somebody starts talking to Go ahead. I'll give you your time back. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be super brief. First, thank you, Liberal, for allowing me to have my opinion on your live and the panel for being here. I appreciate you guys. I just wanted to say, and I'll be real quick about the D epidemic. I think it's very American government to first introduce the substances into our vulnerable population. And then when they recognize the vulnerable population has a problem, to then declare a war on these. And then now we are finding out, well, we've known, but it's more mainstream now, that addiction is actually a mental health issue. And now they're dismantling the mental health system. So they're literally just trying, at every turn that somebody's trying to get healthy, they are around.
Good God Almighty. Somebody's playing a mobile game.
No, that's a new TikTok thing.
Oh, is it?
Clash of Clans?
That was terrible. I thought ice was on top of me there for a second. They got me. Oh, they got me. Sorry, go ahead and Rage. I think you had like 20 seconds left. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. That's all I wanted to say is I think it's very American government to create a problem and then when there is a fix to create another problem so that nothing can be fixed, if that makes sense.
Always need a boogeyman. They always got to have that boogeyman. And that's, like H Group created so that they could have that boogeyman. Like, oh my God, look, they're terrorists. They're extremists. Look at them. Yeah.
Well, and then they can admonish people for having substance issues that they've introduced.
Right.
So yeah, it's wild. It's a circle jerk and it's bullshit.
Yep.
I mean, it's not only adults, it's young kids too. Like at 15, 16, they're taking bars.
Yeah. Yep. Addie for a long time was a big issue. I knew I had a family member that was on this. Apparently the withdrawal from that is like fucking brutal. And can, unalive you, which is, kind of nutty. I don't know. I never really got into that stuff. As far as I ever went was the green tea that one smokes. It wasn't a gateway drug for me though. But anyway,
a lot of people. I actually was raised or grew up, and I wasn't never raised, but Gen X. I grew up in the inner city of North Minneapolis. And it was obvious when the substances were introduced into our community and the results that happened, the lack of medical attention for any people is wild.
Yeah. And there's an argument to be made that the government didn't give a shit about it until it hit white neighborhoods, rich white neighborhoods, and when it started taking their kids out, then they really started paying attention. This would have been around 2012, I think, was the first kind of push against the prescriptions. I think that was when they first implemented the where they could track, because before people were going from doctor to doctor to doctor to get more and more and more stuff, either to sell it or just for their own use, but then they started tracking it. And you actually started seeing a plateau of prescription opioid unalivings right after that, because then people that were doctor shopping were starting to get busted and then weren't, unaliving. Of course, when they, you can see the graph where when they started making it really hard to get them, that's when the street rugs started to take off the unalivings, because people couldn't get it from their doctor anymore, and so they were getting it from the streets. And then that's,
100%.
that was cut with other stuff. I mean, you literally see the breaking point, and it was right after the DEA, came in there and started cracking down on those doctors.
Well, I don't think there's an easier way to control masses of people than with D's.
That's right. I often wonder, I've thought about this before, because we know they did MK Ultra. They actually had made this national security. They classified it under national security and national defense, the MK Ultra program. And I wonder if from that, because we know what we know about it, but we don't know what we don't know about it, because there may be things in there that we didn't figure out. And that from that was born this push to get everybody hooked on something to make them more easy to manipulate, because that was what MK Ultra was about, trying to do mind control stuff. And maybe they figured something out with it, and maybe that's why we saw what we saw.
It seems like the more the population wakes up and is bucking the system, the more creative and addictive the rugs seem to get.
I know it was weird, because it was like all of a sudden out of nowhere you start hearing about this fent, which is 1,000 times worse than the strongest opioid prior to it. And I'm like, who the fuck would even make that? Why do you even, why do you make that? And I guess it was used for anesthesia prior to that, but it's like,
and how would the masses of the populations get
crazy.
Their hands on that?
Yeah, I mean, I apparently it's not that hard to produce, like outside in a fucking lab in the middle of the jungle somewhere. But
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I mean,
isn't that kind of suspicious too, that they're introducing really easy to make rugs, just like methane or whatever. They're introducing substances that are extremely easy for people to make.
Right. Yeah, because I'm not sure how easy it is to make like an O. Well, the Oxy, I guess. I don't know if I could fucking TikTok. Anyway, so we've come full circle back to East LA. East LA is at a drag show. Not that drag show, drag racing. Sorry, I make that clear. Anyway, East LA, go ahead, man.
Yes, sir. The whole premise of my point was to acknowledge the violence. Okay, if you're not violent, that's a whole different. If you were playing football and your knee blew out and you're in extreme pain, go to the doctor. You've been peaceful. You didn't use your 450 best friends in order to go attack people. No, fine, leave you alone. Okay. Have some kind of notation that you are using drugs, acknowledge it, leave you alone. You're not going to be. But if you at any point in your life lift your hand against another innocent human being for no reason, with no justification, you belong behind bars, whether you did drugs or not, but especially if you did drugs. Because not only are you a felon, but you're also a self-indulgent felon, which makes you all the more dangerous, okay? Take responsibility for what you have done, okay? To the peaceful ones, that have a problem, no, go to your local place, get your stuff, go home, be peaceful, maintain society, fine. But to those who are violent, never excuse that. They go to jail.
I mean, if they break the law, regardless of why, they should go to jail. I don't disagree with you, East LA. So, like, if because they're withdrawing, they break into a pharmacy or whatever to steal their stuff. That's a crime. They should go to jail for that. Regardless.
Can I ask him if he holds that same feeling for how ICE is treating our population?
Absolutely, 100%. First of all, if you have a problem with certain agents or the use of excessive force, that's one thing. But if you're railing against the entire organization that's trying to protect our borders, that's trying to protect innocent Americans from possible criminal activity and or T-group activity, no, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If we have a problem with corruption within ICE, fine. But to say that ICE is evil, that's absurd. That's anti-American, and that's also, in my opinion, supporting anarchy. Yeah, eliminate the problem, but don't eliminate the agency, for God's sakes.
So you don't hold the same feeling, or
you come to whatever conclusion you want. I don't really care. I made my point.
It's not my conclusion. It's exactly what you're saying. So.
Okay, so
okay, fine.
I mean, look, what should happen to the Sackler family, East LA? What do you think? Like,
put it to you this way. If there is any instances, I don't know about this family or that family, I'm just telling you, if there's any instance where unauthorized use of force was prosecuted against an innocent person, the people that did it should be held accountable. Those who complied by means of command should be held in criminal as criminals also, all the way up to the highest official that either sanctioned it or allowed it to happen by turning their heads as it happened. You were compliant in any way to a crime, you should go to jail. However, it is essential that we have ICE there to protect the border, to protect our autonomy, and to protect us against the possible intrusion of either D activity or T activity. I'm not ever going to advocate for the elimination of ICE, because they'll merely be replaced by some other kind of an organization that will have the same responsibility. Deal with the corruption, not with the institution.
Okay, so if they're misusing an agency, then you get rid of the person that is misusing the agency. Would you agree? Because it's
to the highest level, absolutely. To the highest level, absolutely.
Okay, so Trump should be impeached. Would you say?
If you feel that way, then go ahead, go through the process, and let's see.
I'm
happens.
I'm asking your opinion about it. Like,
if you have proper grounds to impeach any president, then I advocate for doing so. However, once the verdict comes in, once the conclusion has been made, then that is the conclusion. And regardless of what you and I say, there will be consequences to the conclusion, or there won't. That's all I'm saying. If you have proper evidence, whatever.
But I just asked your opinion on if you believe that he should be impeached, since ICE is overstepping their bounds. They are messing with U.S. citizens, which isn't their purview, yet Donald Trump is pushing it. He's escalating it. So you said up to the highest levels, and the highest level there would be Donald Trump, who is president. But so my question to you was, should we impeach?
I got you.
Yeah.
Within proper procedure. He asked me a question. Please let me answer it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be long, under 30 seconds, I promise you. With proper procedure. In other words, you just don't go from some guy on the street to Donald Trump, okay? You go step by step. His commander, his overseer, his administrator, all the way to this politician. Now, then you take a step-by-step process, and if each step leads to the final step of being Donald Trump, then yes, but you don't go from an ICE agent to Donald Trump. That is absurd. That is literally anarchy. It makes no sense, and it is not even right. It has nothing to do with democracy. You do it as a step-by-step process.
So, East, you take more issue with the violence of the people that have a mental health issue and a substance issue from mental health than the violence that is being perpetrated through ICE and Trump's government. You take more issue with that?
You know what? Personally, the people who knocked my teeth out of my head were not ICE agents and or police officers. Everything, every scar that I bear on my body, and there are a number of them. I'm a fighting son of a gun, okay, that had to defend himself every time, okay.
Well, maybe the problem
every scar that I bear, every lump, every blow that I've ever taken was never at the hands of a policeman. was at the hands of a criminal.
Yeah, so
So
everybody
yeah,
else.
I implicate the general population far over the institution in America, not in a terrible country like, let's say, North Korea or Iraq, but in America, where we are a democracy. No, I implicate responsibility to the people far above that of the institutions, though the institutions themselves, no, they are not perfect.
Well,
That hold the
I
agents just
I
accountable.
see. I think I see the issue, and there are people that exist like this, so I'm not sure if it's an issue, but just a character flaw is that you have a myopic view of the world. LA, you apply to everything based solely on your experience. Like I don't know if you aren't doing it willingly or whatever, you just can't see the broader scope of the world because of the thing that happened to you. Now you're just aimed at, you're bad. Everything like this is bad because this bad thing happened to me. And I on one level, I get it. I understand that. But again, like I said earlier, that's some internalizing and some self-reflection that you could do to
No,
try and help
your indictment is completely out of order. Your indictment is completely
I don't
out
think
of order.
so.
What I have done, no,
I
I
don't
do,
think so.
I do, and I'll tell you why. Number one, you're talking about me. I can talk about me better than you can talk about me. Number one. Number two, what I have done actually, sir, is I have infused the micro with the macro, which is exactly what every human being, every mensch should do. Okay, utilize as talking points both the micro and the macro. So when I talk about the overall picture, yes, I've acknowledged that there is going to be a crackdown to law and order. I don't support it.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Let me, if you'll indulge me. Are there rug people who are addicted that are functional, that go to work, that don't commit crimes? Are there people that exist like that?
Yeah, that would be my father.
Okay, so you then acknowledge that not all of these problems are because of rugs.
No, but it's the exact same situation as exists with T group activity, okay? Though the overwhelming number of people who resist are not T group activists, that small number has the disparity of power to the point to where they can completely destabilize a society and change domestic policy. Case in point, 9/11. That was a conspiracy committed by some 20 or 30 people with the help, proxied by governments, of course. But they actually prosecuted and planned out by some handful of people, right? But yet, it led to the creation of the NSA, right? The power of T groups, of criminals, of individuals who are inherently violent is way out of disparity to their numbers. So when we look at the overall picture, we have to acknowledge that the potential, it is very easy to just break something down.
Sure.
It is extremely difficult to build something.
Yet, but to your point that you've been making this whole time, because you're the one that brought up the rug issue, you tied that into basically everything. Yet you just acknowledged that there are people who do rugs that aren't criminals. And so it is not fair for you, just like you said, you start from the bottom and you go to the top, right? It's not fair to indict Trump unless you've looked at the people underneath him, right? You even said that. And yet here you are tying rugs into all of the problems while simultaneously admitting that rugs aren't always causing issues with criminals. Yet then every time it comes back to it, you're mad at somebody and blaming somebody who is on rugs for the problems that we have. It's a myopic view of the world.
Once again, I made the difference. I established the differentiating point between those who are violent and those who are not. But what I am telling you, sir, quite simply is those who are violent have far too much power. It would only take probably a handful, maybe 18, let's say use the number 18 incidents of T group activity, and the United States would be massively, let's say 18 incidents prosecuted by some 60 people out of a nation of 340 million people. But yet if those 18 incidents took place one after another within, let's say, 3 months, right, the effect that it would have on our retail sales, people would be afraid to go out. They wouldn't interact anymore. Things were detonated. Things were happening. People were being unalived, okay? The effect that it would have on our economy would be drastic. And then at that point, there would be martial law. The possibility of martial law would be very much a reality. Okay. So when it comes to violence, or
how many people did ICE boom in the last week and a half?
Well, I just wanted to point out that rugs and tierism are not the same thing. Yet this is like twice response to me that you've compared those two,
then,
using an analogy of
activity
no, I understand what you were trying to do, but the two aren't comparable.
Yes, thank you.
I understand what you're trying to do, but it's not really a good comparison. I mean, I think that's a fair.
When you then I will separate completely to deal with the drug issue. Okay,
sure.
Where I live. Okay, as a result of what has happened in my neighborhood, where people have literally, sir, I've in these streets been attacked with spears, literally attacked with spears, not just once, but twice, with the intent of deadly force to be utilized against me. Okay, when
spears?
These things happen to people, literally,
somebody coming at you with spears, that is weird.
It would take me a minute to tell that story, but I am not exaggerating. I am not in any way enhancing the story. It's literally with spears. Of course, the usual, pew-pews and rocks and blade and poking items, etc. But 2 occasions of all those occasions, it happened with spears. Now, what I'm trying to tell you, sir, is that when this happens and word gets out in the hood that this has happened, people stay home because they are afraid. This massively affects retailers. This massively affects people in the service industry. And the trickle up or down, or whichever way it goes, the dominoes that fall are to the entire community. When there is a problem with crime, people stay home. They are afraid. Which shouldn't be that way, but that's just the way it is. And then when these things start to happen and our economy is affected, the government comes in and they institute insurrection acts, etc. And
people
it's not going to change.
Home because they're afraid to disappear.
I mean, I see the point you're making. You believe that like rugs will cause these other issues that will affect the overall economy because people will be afraid to go out.
They have caused this. They have caused this, sir.
Yet we still have the largest economy in the world. We're still the richest nation. Yet our overdose rates are the highest in the world. So what you're saying hasn't happened yet. Maybe on a micro scale, maybe in a town of like 600 people where 300 of them are, cracked out on something. That might be true. But on a large scale, hasn't happened. So what you just said isn't true. It's not like we can.
No,
it's demonstrably false.
First of all, there are many people that do not go out at night anymore because they are afraid to go out at night. Where I'm living right now, there are many people who you literally castle up within the senior citizen, the assisted living home that I'm staying in right now. They castle up here because they are afraid to go out. And you know why they're afraid to go out? I have literally interceded in them being attacked out on the streets, okay? And then they say, well, you know what? I'm not going out. I'm just going to stay here where I'm safe, okay? Once people do that and they don't interact, it affects all society negatively. And it's a result of criminals. It's a result of aggressive people. And when that happens, to a greater degree than it is happening now, the government will inevitably crack down, whether you or I like it or not. And once they crack down, then there are many laws there are many rights that we have that are also going to be put on moratorium. I'm not supporting it, my brother. I am telling you what is about to happen. And by the way, if you think that I'm crying chicken little, read your own prompt. Trump wants to invoke the Insurrection Act. I predicted this literally a month ago.
Well, we've been saying this since he was elected. I mean, he himself started looking into doing that like on day one. So it's, a blind man could have seen this one coming. But maybe MAGA can't. Color me shocked.
Like
but so other people have been trying to jump in there, and I apologize. I've been, I've been entertained by East LA to some degree. So my apologies for, keeping it between me and him.
I'm equally entertained by you, sir.
Yeah. So I think Rage, were you trying to jump in there, or maybe Nerd was too? Please feel free.
Thank you. I just don't understand where he can continue to talk about the citizens of this country and what does or doesn't need to be done with them, and has no feeling for what the government agencies are doing to us. That's all.
Once again, I will answer it directly. I ask and I demand as a private citizen that any citizen, whether he is a government official and or a private citizen, be 100% held accountable to the law. But what I dissent against are two things in terms of the collective. Number one, no group of individuals should be held responsible for the group of one. In other words, you don't collectively punish people, okay? Number two, no governmental institution be held accountable to the corruption of a few. So I am being completely consistent both on the micro and the macro issue.
And now the show did technically end at an hour ago. So if you guys want to get in like a last word, and then I'm going to wrap her up.
I'd like to get in one last word.
Get it.
Well, when I was going to the academy, I was also in a volunteer fire department. I'm not supposed to go on EMS calls, but I did anyways. I understand there's a lot of homeless people that are so afraid of human interaction because they're so scared they might get beat up. These people, they lose their families. They don't have families. Their families hate them, or they lost something, or they have no one at this point. That sometimes up north, when it gets so cold, all they have to do is, I need a fix so I don't freeze my ass off. And it breaks my heart to have witnessed that kind of. It was like, I don't even know how to explain what I saw. It's only a few that I went on, but it's not enough for me to talk about it.
Now, what was that? You said
That's
an
all I have to say.
ESM? What is it that you went on?
EMS.
Oh, medical, like a a paramedic type deal.
Yeah, EMS calls.
I got you. Like a ride along or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I basically did. As like
I've actually been thinking about going to paramedic school myself. Just cash paying. That I went to nursing school.
And also, like, these people that are addicted to these drugs, their brains are so fried that they can't even go and get the help they need. It's so fried that they can't even use a basic human emotion to live as a normal human citizen.
Yeah,
it's sad.
It is a scourge, and I think what makes the scourge worse is the fact that like they have no way to like get it outside of like the black market on the streets. And so we've got to have a way for these people to become functional. And that's where it boils down to, like, where,
let's force these people to go get rehab, but I think we should force these people to get rehab.
Well, I mean, aside from rehab, because you can't like, somebody is going to quit when they're ready. Their brain has to be ready, because you can go through rehab 20 fucking times. I mean, look at the Rob Reiner's kid. He had gone to rehab like 17 times over a 2-year period or something. This happens. So if until the point that they finally are ready, you make sure that they have just enough to what they need, so they don't go through withdrawal and break into a shop. I think that's a viable option.
I
But
mean,
maybe I'm
they're
crazy.
also like, they don't have hope anymore too, because they have nothing left.
And it's so stigmatized that they feel judged when they go out too. They know that that they're doing wrong by society's eyes, and so it's like a double-edged sword, and that creates hopelessness. You're right, and it can cause serious problems. But there's we aren't really even trying to address it. We're just like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you little fucker. You did this to yourself. It's I don't think that that's a helpful view of that situation. I
And
think we can
talking
do.
about like
Yeah.
where it's cold, that's the only way so they don't freeze their ass off or die from being frozen to death.
Right. Yeah. Now, does anybody else want to weigh in before I wrap her up?
Yeah, if I could go, Loud Liberal, that's all right.
Sure.
Just want to say, great show, host. Thank you so much for having me on here and letting everyone talk. Great live. One of the best that I've been to on TikTok.
Thank you.
Just want to say, yeah, I mean, when it comes to addiction, as I said, it's a very broad spectrum. And I think people have to understand also the longer the addiction is, the more neurological changes you have on your brain, as in the shape as well. And I think people don't understand the neurological part of the damage that it does to someone's brain. And when you say it fries someone's brain, it shrinks it. I think people have to understand that every substance that is lethal does do that. And it comes to a point where you have something called the brain reward system, which means each time when they get it, it's more like an aha moment. So they keep on need to get that aha moment at any cost. So it's more like the addiction starts to control them than anything else. And it's only up to them when they actually decide to. You can send someone to rehab 100 times, but it's still up to them when they make that point of, I want to go on no return. And I think that's important. But I do think putting them again into prison just puts them into a place where they can literally get the substances. And not only that, they become victims, because then they run up a bill. Their family has to pay it. And when their family basically cuts ties, they end up being unalived, which is a sad, but this is what happens over and over again. So I think rehab and help is something that's important. And I think also judging someone that has an addiction problem, not looking down on them as if they are filth, as if they are, something beneath me.
Not
I
only
think
just
that's super.
rehab and help, but psychological help too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's psychological help. It's basically making sure that they get off it in, because even if you help the addict, you need, certain resources mentally. You need them to be on a medication program. So when they do go cold turkey, you can't just, people think you can just stop addiction straight off and then you'll be fine, but it actually gets worse, because you need to get it off slowly. Just like in anything, if you take something, you need to get it off in small doses, and that's why you need certain medications to be given over time. But the fact that they're taking over rehab centers is because it's a money making game. That's what it is. Drugs is a money making scheme. Wars is also a money making scheme. So we're always going to have drugs and wars as long as time is, because the people that are making money from it will never let it stop. And that's the
Yep.
sad part.
Yep.
I'd like to ask one thing to anyone that has they ever been to a rehab facility yourself or checked yourself in there? What is that like?
I
N-
have.
Well,
I used
quick
to
statement,
help.
I have.
I have, and I used to. I was more in the. We went in more on the brain scanning. We did more brain scanning to see how it affects people's brains. So when we went in there, we did a study, seeing how addiction does affect people. So we did the neurological side. We went to different centers. And also genetics plays a role as well. This is what people don't know, but genetics, according to addiction, also plays a role. So some people, if they, as a baby, for instance, their mom was taking it while they were pregnant, you will have that addiction. Not voluntarily, but if you do get it, unfortunately, it will affect you in a different way as someone didn't, which is sad. So I think we
Yeah.
also have to look at addiction for mothers that are carrying. I think that's super important, because when the mother does take the substances, it does go into the bloodstream of the baby. I think that's something super important as well, because not only that, there are women that are giving birth to kids that are ending up in situations in homes where they are traumatized for life. I think that's an aspect that needs to be looked up as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, OG,
And
I think OG wanted to say something.
okay.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in. I want to talk about something a little bit different. The addiction crisis in the U.S. I want to talk about what's going on with ICE, what's going on with Trump, and this idea that he wants to invoke the insurrection in Minneapolis. We have to get our minds together. We have to get our collective selves together and fight back. We can't just sit back and say, "Oh well, this is not the time for that," because every time we let another right be trampled on, another thing pass, we give them more and more power. We've got to take the power back at some point in time. And we've got to learn to resist. And I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about true resistance. And it involves knowing your rights. It involves being aware and understanding that people, unfortunately, are going to be hurt in the movement, because it will be a movement if it works. It will be a movement, and we have to fight back at some point. If we sit by and let it happen, it will be no better than 1930s Germany.
Yeah. I mean, that's where we're headed if we aren't there already. And AJ, yes, I am shutting down. That's why I dropped everybody. And thank you, OG. I appreciate that. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you as well. And as always, yeah, you're welcome to come back up. I appreciate it. Again, to everybody out there, guys, thank you so much for coming to the show. I do appreciate everybody's time. The gifts have been great. The tapping, I appreciate it. We're at 68K. I wish we'd gone to 100K, but, you know, wanting one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up faster, as they say. Anyway, I will be back live again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. So if you want to come back, you didn't get a chance to get on the panel and you wanted to, you're welcome to come back and you can join at that time, you know, tomorrow. And I'm sure some crazy fucking thing is going to happen between now and then. So we'll see. Just, you know, guys, fuck this government, you know, resist, remove your consent as the governed, right? We're the ones that give them the ability to do what they do because they wouldn't exist without our consent. And if they no longer have our interest in mind, then we have to remove our consent. And that looks like resisting this stuff, as OG was saying, and this is vital. And you don't go out there looting and burning shit. That's fucking pointless. We're not in war. This isn't war. You know, just resist in the way that you can. And with that, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you all so much. Thank you for the continued support, and we'll catch you later. Peace.